you right now, and I know you travel a lot, but I want to have a further conversation. And just again, thank you again from everybody on our team.
Thank you so much for having me. Looking forward to the next conversation.
Me too. All right. Have a brilliant day. Have a brilliant evening.
Thank you. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rebecca. Okay, that was that was yeah. We've heard, right, how many of the last look at the last couple of years, just even all the people we've interviewed. I mean, just about everybody on the planet. That okay, everybody else is gonna go, what do you mean? It was one of my favorite. I mean, because Dr. Rebecca not only made it clear and easy and for us to really get it, but it was all about the information. I think that's the greatest part. So Karen, we got to keep moving. And thank you. I know she was just rolling, so I didn't want to stop it, right?
No,
Yeah, I was not going to let her go.
It was so deep, but
Ah,
so applicable.
I
It was
know.
just
It was
powerful.
amazing. All right, Alicia and Parisa, bring yourselves up, and Karen and I are gonna, I don't know, go. I'm gonna yawn. That's what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna yawn.
Right, me too.
So, all right, you two have a wonderful time. We'll be back with you in a little bit.
Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you so much, Karen. Wow, Dr. Rebecca's segment. There was so much information that she shared, and I love that she was debunking so many myths. I think it's really important to understand the science behind what we're experiencing and to really break down how the brain actually works, why it is out here to function. And I think it helps provide so much context with some of the other conversations that we're having today about how people are applying different modalities to their own everyday life. Parisa, I know you were listening in. What did you think about that segment with Dr. Rebecca? We had Jim Quick on, and we are going to bring someone who is also a specialist in the space, our next guest on in just a short moment. Parisa, over to you.
Yeah, okay. So I was like the most giddy little girl over here listening to that entire segment because I've had a long history of PTSD and I've dedicated a lot of my life, honestly, to learning about the brain, healing the brain, learning modalities that actually really permeate changing the structure, the temperament, all of the parts of the brain. And so as she was talking about when she got to the yawn, I was like, yes, she's talking about the yawn, like, because it's been such a life changer for me. And it's so simple. You don't have to feel like you have to have all of this knowledge to really shift how you're experiencing the moment. And quite frankly, if there's a moment that is just so overwhelming or so much more than what we can actually understand how to work through or walk through, having that one tool that you can have with you anywhere can change everything for your entire life. Like I say that with such conviction because I've walked it. So I am so grateful that everyone got to hear all of the knowledge that she shared and the ways she broke it down.
Yeah.
The debunking, yes. No left, no right. It's all just adaptable, you know.
It is all adaptable. And I mean, honored to introduce our next guest, who's a transformative speaker in personal development and brain science. He's empowered thousands, hundreds of thousands of people to really unlock their full potential. Rex Sikes is an expert in mindset and neuroplasticity, blending psychology, neurology, and practical tools to help individuals and organizations achieve extraordinary results. And Rex, I want to bring you into this conversation with us today. Welcome, welcome. I know that we were just listening to Dr. Rebecca and you were tuning in. Would love to hear your thoughts on today's conversations.
Oh, God, thanks. Great question and good to be here. And I'm really happy to be following Jim and Jonathan and Dr. Rebecca for the simple reason is that there has been so much misinformation and myths and lies and intentionally or inadvertently for so many decades that, we need people like them, like me, who've been telling people the truth for as long as we can tell it, because social memes, social conditioning, the stuff that we've been passed down, that we learn, the kind of things that happen on a day-to-day basis are oftentimes counterproductive for ourselves. The things that we hold in our mind and in our body are counterproductive or counterintuitive because of what we've learned to accept as truth. So when someone comes along and tells you, hey, you know what, it doesn't work that way, it works this way, pay attention. Now, having said that, it would be completely irresponsible and it would be of great hubris to believe that science has the answer, because science only has the answer for today. This has changed over the years. And so tomorrow we might discover something completely different and something that is far more meaningful. But good science, or should I say good scientists, will always update and adjust their theories. And the important part to this is that science really doesn't do anything except clarify what mystics have known for centuries. They just put a scientific answer to it. They put it in terms of, hey, this is like how the body's functioning, and the chemicals that are squirting, and the electricity processes and everything else. And mystics have been saying, hey, breathe, dance, move, relax, eat well. They've been telling us for centuries. And now suddenly somebody says, oh, you need good nutrition. Hey, you need proper rest. Well, yes. So I love it. I love them. And I'm appreciative that they're there. My work really, if you don't mind me continuing for a second, very, very spiritual. I mean, it's always been very, very spiritual and based in spirituality, meditation. And the thing about it is that in the early 80s, when I started this work, I was teaching things like the joy of learning and how to learning to learn. And nobody wanted to learn anything. They all wanted just do it. Don't tell us how to learn. But learning is what we do. Learning is who we are. That's the one thing that humans and animals seem to share in common, or all organisms, is that they can learn or be conditioned. And that's so cool. But on top of it, and what Rebecca said that I really do love, the yawn or a sigh, those kinds of things are really important. But the mystics have said forever, breath, we're connected to the breath. So here's how I view us, because she talks about, we are like co-collaborators, we co-regulate, we have mirror neurons. Well, yes, like the trees have roots underneath, we're all connected, but we are one organism. The entire universe is one thing. We think that it's different. We think that there are rocks and there are animals and there are plants and there are people and that there are different people and there are different processes and left and right hemispheres and all this kind of stuff. We're one organism. And if you think about it, all the organisms that are alive in the universe that we're aware of breathe. They inhale and they exhale. They respire. So here's the thing. We are all cells, just like the cells of our body, working together sequentially and simultaneously collaborating to keep this organism going. And some cells die off as some people die, and other cells are replaced. And they say your body reproduces itself every so many years. Well, that's what the universe is. So there's no difference. What humans are good at is dividing things and categorizing. So when it comes to insects, we have all the different kinds of insects and where they are and their locations and how long they live. We do that stuff. So we do the same things about ourselves. We have our thoughts, our feelings, our emotions, our diets, our sleeps, our rest. But really, it's all very, very simple when it comes down to it. And what does that mean? It means you need to eat right. You need to get the right amount of rest. You need to move your body, and you need flight. And that's what they've been telling us for as long as humans have been alive. And suddenly we have emotional intelligence, diverse intelligence, thinking intelligence, IQ. We have all these different kinds of things because we categorize. We like to make labels and do all this stuff, but it's really quite simple.
Rex, that's really fascinating. And you mentioned thoughts, and you've worked over decades to help teach others how to reprogram their thinking and their behaviors through the power of their brain. Can you talk a little bit more about that work that you've done with reprogramming and the sound work that you do to help people advance and push through their own limiting beliefs to really ultimately fully embrace all that they are?
Well, Jim used the word earlier, transcendence, and I love that word. It's transcendence. So, end the trance that we're all operating from and wake up to what's possible. And we're infinite possibilities, and we're infinite resources, and we're infinite opportunities. And we have so much more going. And this was my point, and Dr. Rebecca's point, and Jim's point, and Jonathan's point, and everybody's point is, if you or I, for 1 second, understood how miraculous it is to be alive, and all the processes that are going on in that moment, if you could even begin to comprehend a tiny piece of it, you'd be awestruck for the rest of the day, if not for the rest of your life, because it is so impressive who we are And yet we don't think that way because we grew up being conditioned that there's life and work and death and taxes and problems and you're a good learner or a bad learner. So my work, I started in the 70s in acting and in spirituality, meditation, and hypnosis, actually in the 60s, but started teaching that and teaching meditation and acting and combining those with language. And I created something called mind design. And people at the time thought I was crazy because I said, you need to design the inside of your head and your body, your spirit, your awareness, so that it's more compelling, more beautiful, more wonderful than the outside. So that the outside world pales by comparison to what's going on inside you. Because it's from within to without, and you are an expression of this amazing, universe of which we're all a part. And so I wanted to have play, I had body work, I had dance, I had what's called educational kinesiology, I had contralateral movements, did neuro-linguistic programming, hypnosis, meditation, stuff from acting, and I put all this together around whole brain learning and accelerated learning to say, if you understand that all of your problems, like all of your talents, are learned, then you can learn to enhance your talents and you can learn to get rid of your problems, or at least mitigate them, or move them in a different way. And it's all a very spiritual process. So it's about transcendence. And I love the words because there's transmutation, which is the changing of energy. How do you stop it when you're anxious? How do you stop it when you're frenetic? How do you stop it when you're worried? You move your body. Do you know what EMTs do and fire department and people, first responders? If somebody's been in a near accident or in an accident and they start to hyperventilate, you can breathe into a paper bag. This is true. But people start to get, the adrenaline starts to flow and they get somebody can take them by the hand and they walk it off. You redirect the energy. You don't stop it. It's much easier to direct a river flow than it is to dam up a river flow. And what happens with a lot of people is they try to stop their internal voice. They try and stop their feelings. They try and stop their fears. And that saying, what you resist persists, is very accurate. Because if you fight it, then guess where your energy is going? It's going into the fight. And if you're going to fight something, you're going to expand it. You're going to become more aware of it. Jim mentioned it earlier. What you focus on, you get. So and I mean, we said this forever. There's transformation. And what I love is transmission. A lot of people, and I'll talk about it in a second. My work is based on process. There's a lot of work that's based on content. Back in the early days, they did a lot of therapy. They came in, you told your problem. Somebody wrote me the other day, said, I have this problem, blah, 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 blah. And they didn't tell me all of it. And I said, well, I'm happy to work with you. And they said, well, because I know you, I don't want to tell you my story. I'm like, I don't need to know your story. It doesn't have anything to do with being able to help you. Because I work at the level of process. Process is the level of structure. How are these things maintained? How can they be broken up? How can they be redirected? Content is why and where and what and who and all that kind of stuff. And while that can be relevant to the person telling the story, it's not relevant to me. I don't need to know any of that stuff in order to help someone get through something or to change a lifelong fear or phobia into something else. So it's a level of process. So I love transmission. There's times when people come in and they just sit with me and we don't say a word. And I just alter my state and they alter their state because they have mirror neurons. Remember what Dr. Rebecca would say. So as I alter my state and I go into, you say, a theta state or a meditative state or into a kind of a no state, then they get to join me. So some things are resolved that way. Other things are resolved in different ways. But the point is that you don't have to be wordy and go, here's what my problem is. But society would tell you that you do. In the same way that it would tell you, learning, don't learn, we need a hack, we need the how-to, we need this, we need that. Just give me the quick, easy method kind of thing. And don't, it's sad that the prevalent conditioning is such that the most beautiful, wonderful, incredible stuff is so well hidden by our own society because they don't give it credence.
Right.
And
Man,
so,
you're dropping these bombs.
Well, thank you. But I mean, that's what I've been doing for, almost 50 years now, or 50 or more years now, is to try and help people understand. And this is the big one, but thank you for that, Priest. Here's the big one. If you say this is going to be hard, it's going to be hard. Or it's going to be harder than it would have been if you said, well, let's find out how easy it's going to be. See, our beliefs and our expectations govern what we pay attention to and govern what we discover about what we pay attention to. If I say, I'm expecting an elephant to come running into my house right now, probably not going to happen. Okay, that's an outer thing. But if I say, I feel like I'm getting a cold right now, or I don't think I can accomplish it, that's a statement, that's an assertion, that's a declaration about myself. And if I'm making those kinds of assertions or declarations or affirmations about myself, I think I'm sick, I don't think this will be easy, this is going to be hard, nobody understands me, I'm stupid, then guess what? That's what you get to find, and that's what you get to discover. So my work for 50 years has been helping people transcend that, transform that, transmute that, you know, and how? Through transmission, through transmutation, the changing of the energy, the redirecting of the energy, a transformational process so that they can transcend their limitations.
I love how you shared about the river. Like, it's a lot easier to redirect it to a different direction, you know, different path than to completely dam up the river, right? And it's such a basic example, but the thing I want people to really see about what you shared in that is that you're not indicating there's wrongness about the river. There's
Right.
no wrongness, right? And you're like, oh, okay, it's acceptance of and choosing then to go in a new direction, right? So I think with that, I'd like to know if I'd say maybe like one or two things that you hear pretty often, pretty commonly, that society ultimately, like, we have these general beliefs about things that are technically incorrect. And if you could state one or two of those, but then also share the replacement thought for it. So there's no wrongness in that inaccurate thought, but to then redirect it to the accurate.
That it's hard to change, or that I don't need to change, or that change is easier for somebody else but not for me, or that I need a quick, easy way to do that, you know, like a hack or, you know, a shortcut. If you give yourself a shortcut, you miss all the wisdom that comes from experience. So while you might get a result, you won't get as good of results as if you went through all the trials and tribulations that were there. So instead of trying to get shortcuts, instead of trying to avoid hardship and difficulty, go through that, but learn how to transcend it and transmute it and to transform it. You know, if you're on fire and you're running out of a building, what do they tell you to do? Stop, drop, and roll. They don't say quit running and burn up. They tell you to keep moving, but they tell you to stop doing what you're doing and do something different. Drop, quit running, because the air you're running is fueling the flame. And now keep moving, but roll it out, roll it out, roll it out. That's directing your energy in a different way. And so I created Mind Design, which is a powerful program about dance and play and joy and living your life fully and vibrantly. And from that comes directed questions, which is how do you direct your mind instead of trying to stop your mind, direct your mind in a new way so that you feel better, because as Dr. Rebecca pointed out, it is all about emotion, because that's how the brain works. So thinking, you change your thoughts in order to change your feelings. You change your feelings to change your thoughts. You change your thoughts and your feelings to change your body movements. You change your body movements to change your thoughts and your feelings. We are a cybernetic system, and they all affect each other. You've got a head and a heart. If one of those is missing, you don't work so well. So the same thing is true with our thoughts, our feelings, our words, and our behaviors, our actions. They are equally important and interdependent. So I also created the attitude activator, which is going back to the beliefs and expectations. Unless you have a powerful, positive, optimistic, wonderful attitude, and that, by the way, does not mean it can, but that's not the only thing about attitude. Attitude is having, being able to be curious and fascinated and peaceful and calm and delighted and playful and sexy and cute and confident and stuff, it's all of those things. And wisdom is knowing which one to use when. But the attitude activator is about beliefs and expectations. It's about being able to program yourself for the very best responses when you have problematic situations. So when I said stop, drop, and roll, part of the thing of the attitude activator is to stop, take a pause, and then be different, move in a different direction, do something else. So if you're really, agitated and everything, dance it off. I mean, that's something that, you can't say sit and be calm, because the person sits there and, like that, because the energy's still going. That's why they walk it off. The EMT walks off the adrenaline. It is about body chemicals and chemistry and and all that kind of stuff. But you don't need to know any of that stuff in order to be able to use that stuff, because that's what mystics have been doing for thousands and thousands of years. Meditate. But people think in terms of chanting, and I'm going, but they don't think in terms of the dancing meditations, the active meditations. Osho had, for example, he had dynamic meditation where you jumped and you shouted and you did things. And then there's Kundalini meditation where you shake and you do. Now you get on Twitter or TikTok and they're going, shake your body. And well, we've been doing this for centuries, but having lived with Osho, I mean, we've been doing it, for at least 50 years, 60 years or more. So it's kind of like it's like, just look around. Everything that you want to know is there. And if you want, you could Google me. Maybe you'll find some of my old articles on learning and the joy of learning and recapturing that joy and all these different. Because I used to write for training manuals and different things and journals. So you just want to live fully, and that's why I say celebrate everything.
Wow. That's so powerful, Rex. You talked about the attitude activator. Earlier, Jim Quick was on and he was talking about have a to-do list, but in the past he's mentioned have a to-feel list. So what are some feelings that people can kind of think about or try to invoke as they're out in the world, as they're learning more? Because research shows that how you're feeling impacts how you actually interact with the information that you're learning.
Well, the sad thing is that when people learned in school, they were told, pay attention, sit there, shut up, take notes, and if you don't pass the exams, you're a bad person, go sit in the corner. So when people try and learn things, they get all panicky and freaky and they screw up their face. One of the best things you can do is smile. Smile, breathe, yawn, sigh, release everything, shrug your shoulders and drop your shoulders. Just bathe yourself in this kind of stuff. And then think in terms of, a kid goes out and they can spend hours looking at a caterpillar just with rapt fascination and get caught up in that. They dance, they play, they could take a stick and use their imagination and go, oh my God, and it can be so many different things. What's happened for adults is that we forget what it's like to be a child. And if you can go back and be that child, especially if you think about infants before they get conditioned into who they later become, a baby's like, and you hold some shiny object and like, it can change states very rapidly. Well, you and I can do that too. And that's what I teach. But I mean, that's what people seem to have missed, because what they do is they hold on to the state and then they tell themselves that they're bad or there's something wrong or somebody else is causing a problem or whatever. So they then create more and more of this, and then they live from that. And then, and they start getting dragged down because what you focus on expands. So, or what you continue to do, you do more of. And they don't realize that they could transcend that. They could transform that. They can transmute that. They can change it and they can redirect it. So, but it's a knack, really. It's just a knack of learning how to do things, with joy and enthusiasm, with optimism, with the faith that, what, and here's one for people. They go, I could never do that, or I can't, I don't have the money, I can't afford it. Whenever that goes off in someone's head, what that says is that's the reason that they're using that and it's tied to certain feelings or whatever. I mean, it's a myth, but that's whatever they believe is what's true for them. And it could be otherwise. It could be. So if they said nothing other than, what, I would have said that in my past. That would have been true for me yesterday. But today, I'm going to try and do something different. I'm going to I may not be able to do it as best as you might be able to do it. I could begin to learn how to do it a little bit better. If I could just begin to play with it, you know what I mean? You have to ease your way into things. And for a lot of people, they just say, well, that's impossible. It's not worth my time or, whatever. But it's the little joys, the little steps, the little celebrations, the little wins that it's like that little drop of water that cut, the Colorado River through the Grand Canyon. A trickle done consistently, persistently for long enough becomes a gusher. And so, what you're willing to initiate, if you will initiate it and maintain it, can become this flood of just marvelous positivity, beautiful, beautiful feelings and delight.
So good, Rex. I would love for you to share with us a tool, a practice, a method that you use to this day. That's something that you still actively use. I think it'd be really powerful for those that are listening to see that even the ones that know all the information and have all of the knowledge after all of these years, and the experts, that they still use the tools, allow them to connect with you. What would that be?
I should do that again.
Yeah.
I should just repeat what I just said.
Yeah.
Look at me. In other words, you go with the joy, you go with the expressiveness, you go with, and people say, well, I could never do that. I had some guy come to me at a thing I was going with Bill Walsh, and he said, well, I could never speak with people in public and stuff like that. And, I had just spoken, and we were going back into the room, and I said, why, what makes you say that? And he said, well, because. So after a while, I said, you do realize you're talking to me? And he said, yeah, but you're not, an audience of, more than like 100 people. I said, well, an audience of 100 people is just made up of individuals. Talk to one individual at a time. If you can talk to me, you can talk to one of them, and then one of them, and then one of them, and one of them. And he went, I could do that. In other words, people think the collective is one thing, as if it's this entity that is immutable and unchangeable. And the other thing is, and then I said, and also know that when people are paying attention in a crowd, they oftentimes look like this. Because they're trying to make sense of it. You know what I mean? They're going into learning, they're processing. So a lot of times they're inside going, okay. They're not outside going, oh, this guy's the best speaker I've ever heard. She's wonderful. This is amazing. Because they're too busy trying to get what's going on. Yeah. So if you can get past that, you can speak to anybody. Mm-hmm. Whether it's one person or a million people. Because it's an inner thing. It's not the outer thing. It's people focus on the outer. Those people, there are people in the audience, I can't do that. Well, then stop paying attention to the people. Pay attention to yourself. Put the attention in a different place and go, I can talk, and that's why they say, oh, imagine them in their underwear or whatever, like put them, but have fun. And it is, it's all spiritual. It's all about life and blessing and celebration and joy. And it is very easy. That's why when people go, this is going to be hard. Yeah. Stop saying that.
You talk about it in your book, Life on Your Terms.
Yeah.
If you say you want it or you don't want it, you're attracting it, right? Because you're putting that out there. What are 2 or 3 principles from Life on Your Terms, your book, that really breaks down how to have different kinds of conversations with yourself? What are 2 or 3 principles that you'd like people to understand or explore as we go into closing remarks?
Yeah, I have to get the book because we probably won't have time, but there's no such thing as self-sabotage. And
good.
You cannot sabotage yourself. Your brain can only do what your brain has learned to do, so it will do what it's learned, whether you want it to or not, because that's what it's learned to do. It's just processes, as Dr. Rebecca said, just electrochemical processes. There's no human in there talking to you and going, I'm going to screw you up. I'm going to mess you up. There's no angel or demon on your shoulders. There's nothing like that. These are processes, and they're neurally wired. There's no deity within you judging you and doing this. It's just what the conditioning is. So if you get that and then realize that your brain is working on the conservation of energy, it does the least necessary to keep you alive and to keep you thriving. It's doing it to serve you. Although that's not necessary. It's not thinking I'm doing this to serve that person any more than it would be thinking I'm doing this to screw that person up. It's just doing what it is learned to do. So if you're a smoker, for example, you learn to smoke, and now you say, I want to quit smoking. Your brain says, smoke, 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 smoke. And you go, no, 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 no. And your brain goes, I'm so much bigger than you and more powerful than you. And in other words, it's that machinery is doing what it's learned to do, and it wants to keep you consistent because that's what it's learned. It's not making a judgment about you. It's not trying to prevent you. It's just doing what it learned to do. You now need to train it to do something different. So there's ways to win it over, and it sounds different than I am. I mean, it's not like winning an animal, but you train an animal. I always tell people when it comes to the brain, it's like riding a horse. If you don't know how to ride a horse and you get on a horse, the horse will take you wherever the horse wants to go. But if you become an expert rider, then you tell the horse where it's to go, and it will take you where you want to go. And it's the same with your brain. You have to learn how to direct your brain, to direct these processes, direct these mechanisms to serve you the way you want to be served, instead of having, if you're not the boss of your brain, the brain is the boss of you. And that's the thing that people, they go, oh, my brain. The other thing is, motivation comes from within you. It doesn't come from without. There's no such thing as a motivational speaker. That's the name we give to people who are attempting to inspire you. But even if they say something marvelous and you go, oh my God, that's so true, that's your connection. The motivation is coming from within you, regardless of what the outside source does. So when you look at the couch and you look at the work that you have to do and you go, taking the couch, that's an inside decision. So you can look at the couch and go, that's really good. Or you can look at the work and go, if I get that done, I'm going to feel a whole lot better. That's why Muhammad Ali said, in spite of hating to train, I train because I want to be a world champion. I want to be the greatest. So if I don't train, I won't do that. So his why, his motivation was intrinsic. It wasn't somebody going, I'm going to bust your ass if you don't go out and train, or a accountability partner, although those are good to have. It was, he wanted to be the greatest, and so therefore he did what was necessary to do. So that's another principle. And thirdly, whatever you focus on is what you get. So yes, if you think of something as a problem, it'll be a problem. If you think of something as a blessing, it will be a blessing. I say celebrate everything. If you celebrate your hardship, you'll go through. I'll give you a quick example. I made myself a beautiful breakfast this morning. I had onions and I put some baked beans in there. I had steak, I had eggs, I had the whole thing. I made this big protein breakfast. I took it in the other room. I set it on the table, and I turned around and pulled it right off the table onto the floor. Now, in my olden days, you talk about, so I would have been, and I went, okay, I guess I get to eat something else again, different today. I've done this before. This is like the second time in my life I made a gorgeous breakfast and dropped it on the floor. And so I cleaned it up. It took a significant amount of time to clean it off the floor. And I went into the kitchen and I cooked some eggs and some other things. And I didn't have steak anymore because that was the last of the steak that I had. I didn't have any more beans. So that was the last of the, but I made myself a different breakfast. So you know what? Life changes. Things change. That's and nothing's guaranteed. So you can sit and moan and complain about it. I could go to the gas station and go, what happened to me this morning? And do that to everybody at work or whatever. But instead you go, well, okay, something else is being offered. If you can approach your troubles or limitations or obstacles or problems or whatever you want to call them as opportunities for something else to occur, and give up the idea that you have to control the outcome, then the adventure known as life becomes a real adventure. Then instead of being caught up in problems and disappointments and loathing and hating and blaming people and complaining and whining about yourself or others or circumstances or events, you just celebrate everything that goes on. You go, okay, wasn't what I expected, but let's see what else is coming. Helen Keller, the blind lady, right, said, the problem with most people is that when one door closes, they don't see the next door that opens. And so there's always another open door. You just have to be willing to look for it. And most people won't look for it unless they transform themselves by the renewing of their mind. So this is the day the Lord hath made, rejoice and be glad in it. And it doesn't say, just rejoice in the good parts. It says, rejoice in it. Whatever the day is, rejoice in it. If you could get to the end of your day, regardless of what's going on, and go, thank you, this has been a marvelous day. Thank you, and celebrate, then guess what? You win, you live, you're delighted, and you spend more of your time with bathing yourselves in those wonderful brain chemicals that we all talk about.
Yeah, wow. Thank you so much, Rex. There's so many gems in what you just shared, and talking about the storms that Jim Quick earlier, he said, and I wrote this down, some storms comes because they're here to clear our path, right? So you never know why your breakfast got knocked down this morning, and you were able to cook something
Exactly.
up.
And
So
I could say, well, it got knocked down so I could have a different breakfast, or I could come up with anything. That's
could be anything.
content.
Yeah,
I don't work with content. It's not important. Work with process.
exactly. There you go. Well,
They can
thank you
find me
so
by Rex.
much, Rex. It's been such a pleasure having you on today as part of the Neuroscience Symposium. For those of you that are tuning in, we are on day 2 of our 3-day Neuroscience Symposium. We were just having a conversation with Rex Sikes. If you haven't already, register today at neurosymposium.com. And we're just getting started. We've had Jim Quick on, Rex on, Dr. Rebecca Granger Ellis, and it is such a delight. We're going to bring Rex off the stage, and then we're going to introduce our next guest in just a moment. It is truly my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce a true pioneer in the field of transformational education and social entrepreneurship. Dame Doria Cordova is a global business leader, a philanthropist, and a mentor to some of the world's most successful entrepreneurs. She is the CEO and owner of Accelerated Business Schools and Money and You programs that have transformed, and when I say transformed the lives of hundreds of thousands of graduates all over the world. Dame Doria's work focuses on expanding human potential through education and experiential learning. And she's been such an advocate and a champion of integrating business success with personal development and the science of the mind. So it is our honor and our pleasure to bring you up to join us here, Dame Doria.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Everybody has been doing my job, so I'm going to go straight to it. Let's take a deep breath, everyone. Let's take a deep breath. Who is ready to talk about what?
Money.
Money. Okay. Because by now, there could be some people out there just saying, hey, are we going to talk about money? How are we going to create all this wealth? But before we move to that, I just wanted to say, wow, what a morning. I know Jim Quick from the Transformational Leadership Council, and he's so beautiful and so brilliant. And just to hear his stories of what he went through. And then, of course, I love, Dr. Rebecca, who with, oh, what a mind, right? And then Rex Sikes, my little twinsy. I mean, he did all my work for me. So I'm going to get straight to business. So is there any questions that you have, or should I just jump into it?
Dame Doria, I know that you've been tuning in all day. We'd love for you to dive into the brain and consciousness and how you bring that into business and leadership, and then reflect on your thoughts of so many of the concepts that you've heard on today, because I know that you have your own flair and perspective that you'd like to share with us today. Over to you, Dame Doria.
Well, thank you so much. So because I've been around the planet for over, 70 years, I do have a perspective because I have been there from the beginning. And so everything that Jim Quick was talking about, particularly, I mean, that was so amazing when he was going through all the different disciplines that you do all day. I actually do all of that. And part of it right now, as you can see me, this is not surgery. This is actually life. This is working on yourself constantly rewiring your brain. So, I mean, I just love that teaching. The other thing is that I wanted to share about Dr. Rebecca because I had some people that were texting me and they felt like there was this conversation that was invalidating, left and right brain teaching techniques or whole brain teachings and all that. And it isn't. What she is, she's a science that was talking about the brain. She was talking about the brain. And so there's a difference that Buckminster Fuller taught us between the brain and all the things that she says is absolutely correct. And then there is a thing called the mind. And the mind is the one that actually connects all the dots. This is Buckminster Fuller's greatest teaching. And the more that we connect the dots, the more that we learn, the dots connect faster and it makes us more intelligent. So it behooves us to not only put in information to keep learning and learning, but it also is very important for us to understand that there is something much more than that, much greater than that. And this is where I have to refer to the transcendental meditation, to the university that has probably spent more money than anyone else in research. And most people don't realize that the TM organization, the university, I believe is in Iowa, they have literally spent billions in research. And the research is the connection between the brain, the mind, and consciousness. Now, we don't have enough time because that is my favorite subject. Because for the last 45 years that I have been leading the Money and You program, Money and You was the first program that would start what was then called left and right brain teachings. And that was that it brings in all the different music and colors and all the different aspects that make somebody a fantastic learner. And the number one thing that we do is to teach people how to learn. Most people, when they attend Money and You, don't even realize that we're teaching them how to learn. Like the first hour, it looks like contextualization and what is it going to be all about. Because the one thing we have discovered is that the brain loves to have the big picture. And then the mind can make the connections. But I don't want to spend a lot of time going through that because I was the recipient of being around a total genius, and that is Marshall Thurber, the man who created the first entrepreneurial, experiential, transformational training curriculum. Okay, and that was why I inherited and have been doing for 45 years. The signature program is Money and You, but the first program was the first business school for entrepreneurs of its kind, where they were teaching people. They discover that traditional education, that traditional business schools were not teaching. They were not teaching entrepreneurship. What is entrepreneurship? The things that happen on a daily basis. You need to know negotiations. You need to know people skills, how to lead, how to be able to communicate clearly, to understand all the different personality styles. So I just wanted to share with my friends that got a little bit confused about Rebecca's teaching because she was talking in absolutes, and it's something that we teach in our business school and in our Money and You and in our training of instructors. Don't speak in absolutes, because as soon as we speak in absolutes, people are going to react and have a whole other point of view. And this is where we need to bring you the teachings of one of my greatest favorite person that wrote a book called Good to Great, Jim Collins. He wrote that book, I believe, in 1999, the year 2000. I highly recommend that you read it. And one of the traits of a very successful leader is the ability to hold simultaneously completely different points of views. So I'm going to teach you how to learn right now while you're going through this whole symposium. Listen to everything that is being taught to you. Listen to everything that's being said to you. And what you want to do then is you then become an avid student of the one area that really matters to you. And one thing that really matters to people is money. It is business. It's the ability to be able to survive. And yes, I don't know what it is, but for me, with all the disciplines that I have been doing, and of course, I quit drinking when I was 38 years old. I quit caffeine when I was 36 years old. I quit eating meat when I was 30 years old. And about 5 years ago, or maybe a little longer now, I just without even planning on it, I quit eating chicken and then later eggs, which is such a shocker because I loved eggs my whole life. I don't know what is taking me there, but I do know that maybe 15 years of never missing meditating 25 minutes every morning and every night may have something to do with it. It may have to do with all the research that I do, all these beautiful symposiums that I just sit here. I'm riveted. I'm trying to write the Money and You book, and I'm going, oh, I have to listen to this because it's so good. And I'm telling all these friends, and aloha all my friends that are joining right now through all the different ways, because I said, this is one of the best symposiums that I've seen because it does have opposing points of views. And it has all these different points of views, but that's part of learning. So what we want to do is we want to learn how to learn. And so beautiful Rebecca was talking about that you will not hear, somebody else's point of view. Well, I have trained my brain. I have trained my brain to absolutely hear another points of views, because immediately I feel this little thing that happens when somebody is not agreeing with me. It actually, and I take the breath, this all breathe. I take this deep breath and I go, oh, there's a part of me that's definitely not agreeing with this person. And then I literally have, things that I say to myself is that, Doria, you are a lifelong learner. You want to learn this other person's point of view. You want to know why this person is completely different than you are, has a completely different point of view, including possibly about politics or another. And then I listen intently, but all of that has been training. Now, when it comes to money, so she was having a conversation about, she didn't quite touch on it, but I have had conversations with beautiful scientists like her. I sat next to one on a business class, beautiful flight across the planet with somebody like her. Oh my God, both of us did not sleep all night talking about all of that she knew and all of that I knew, and what the social proof that we have been able to show through the years, including my personal experience. And it was the most fascinating thing, because it was like, no, there's no such thing as the law of attraction. And it was like, I understand, and here I'm like, want to jump in. And it's, no, just listen to this. And then I began to speak about consciousness. Well, no, consciousness doesn't really exist. Consciousness is all in the brain, blah, blah, blah. And then I introduced her to the work that the TM, the Transcendental Meditation people have done, because I haven't spent billions of dollars on those studies. They have. And I said, would you be open to reading about that? So what I was doing, we were playing a beautiful game of tennis where we were training each other. So in business, this is the same thing in negotiations. As you're working on your, oh God, there's so much to say about this. Let me take a deep breath. So we are imbued in scarcity on planet Earth. We are like, even by osmosis, and everything that our beautiful brain is learning is actually about scarcity. So when a person chooses to become wealthy, which most of us were not trained to do, unless you grew up in a very rich family, and the level of entitlement. I just had this experience with someone just the other day that grew up very rich, and they didn't even think about asking about the most outrageous entitlement request that they had made. And they were not being offensive. They were not being mean or rude. They simply come from that place. It's like, I deserve the best, and I will pay for whatever, and I'll be number one, and all of you be number 2, 3, or 4, and 5. And it was like, whoa. And it was like this amazing experience. Oh, that's an amazing amount of deservability, because they grew up with that. How many of us grew up in a rich family? There weren't that many rich people in the world. You know that there's only documented around 2,500 billionaires on the planet out of 8 billion people? Did you know I add about 1,500 more, because there's many billionaires that don't want anybody to know? I know that for a fact. So what you want to do is you want to really get clear about your financial reality, how you have wired. And you do read the books. The Rex Sikes book is so good. You do immerse yourself on all these different things. You do come and attend the Money and You program. You do go to myfridayswithdoria.com and download under resources the deservability exercises, because I can guarantee you my social proof is all the big boys and girls out there, including Tony Robbins, including Robert Kiyosaki of Rich Dad Poor Dad, who was my business partner for 9 years, and I was around him for 17 years. The way that we exercise that brain, and then also that mind that connects the dots, that makes it faster to get out of that scarcity energy, to get out of that belief of that sea of Scarcity. And the way that you know when scarcity has hit and you do all of the disciplines, including breathing. Oh, I love breathing. I mean, consciously breathing is for you to go ahead. And when you get that feeling like there's not enough time, there's not enough love, there's not enough money, I won't be able to pay my bills, I'm not intelligent enough, I'm not beautiful enough, I don't have enough social contact enough. You just take a deep breath and just go, oh, scarcity just hit. Okay, what do I need to do now? And this is where Jim Quick and I are friggin' the twinsies too. You immediately go into gratitude. You immediately go into thank you for the computer. Thank you for the light. Thank you for the phone. Thank you for my health. Thank you that I'm still alive. Thank you for my 99-year-old mama's beautiful, beautiful home that we have completely transformed with Ho'oponopono prayer. I was talking to this beautiful neuroscientist about Ho'oponopono. And she was explaining to me how I have adopted that prayer that to totally solve all these problems. I said, not quite, not quite. I'd like to think that I am God, and I'd like to think that I'm just this brain, but no. And I have had conversations for hours with Tony Robbins about this, which through the decades he evolved into it. His second wife, a beautiful, beautiful sage, brought in this whole other level. And I went back to an event with him quite a few years ago, and he smiled and says, yep, got it. It took him a little while. So there's something, talk about transcendence. So it's a combination, and that is how money works. So money is like clearing, I mean, truly from the core of your unconscious, those beliefs of scarcity, those beliefs that you're not good enough, those beliefs of deservability, those beliefs that you are absolutely certain that you don't deserve, that without you have, I get so excited about this. Some of you have the most beautiful product and services. I could just cry. You have the most beautiful programs, and you still are not rewiring your brains and going with me for 3.5 days, where in a very experiential with music, with colors, with lots of food, because it does take, the brain takes a lot of water, a lot of food for you to be able to transform, those aspects of you. I mean, people are so exhausted after Money and You. And a lot of people say, I have never used my brain ever like I did in that program. And the reason is because we put you in experiential programs you really have to think, and you have to really tap into those places that you can create whatever reality you wish. So I'm social proof. I'm going to stop talking in a minute, but I just want you to know that when I'm writing my Money in Your book, and you're going to hear stories about my life that many people don't know, but I am a human experiment, that we have this beautiful brain. We have this beautiful mind. We have this beautiful universe that we all tap into, that beautiful Rex was talking about. And it is this holistic body, this beautiful process. And you just take action, and you just go for all the money that you want. Go for the wealth. Learn from me and the other masters that we bring to you, that how to create wealth and doing good. And you can, and you will, because you can rewire that brain. This is what this whole summit is about. And I am proof that I completely transformed myself from the most fearful, the most scared, the most absolutely, I had so much tragedy, and I converted myself so that 48 years later, almost 50 years of working on myself, I have the life of my dreams.
Wow. So beautiful, Dame Doria. You shared so many gems of wisdom, but there are two words I just want to go back to, is clearing and deservability. I mean, we heard from Dr. Rebecca earlier that the way our brain can function can be a response to trauma. And something that's so powerful and impactful about Money in You is that it truly is experiential. And it says, okay, you want to come here to be a better business leader, figure out how to show up better in your life, but let's go within, right? Let's go within and kind of rewire our understandings of ourselves so we can show up in the world in a different way and bring what we're looking for into our lives, into our businesses. Dame Doria, what are maybe two you said you called yourself a living experiment, and there's so much that you do. What are maybe 2 principles or 2 activities that you would like to share that you do that help you continue to be open and receptive to learning and to continue to expand and involve yourself?
Just go back and listen to Jim Quick. Go back and listen to Rex Sikes. All of that. All of that
Okay.
I do. But let me tell you something that you can do. You must understand leverage. What most people don't realize is that you can completely train your brain to business. You have to be doing training yourself. So the most people don't understand leverage. That is probably the most powerful teaching in all of our programs, particularly Money and You and my distinctions program. Leverage, leverage. You need to how to leverage whatever money you have, whatever resources, whatever, excuse me, whatever time, and also to understand access, accessibility, access. You right now we're all so much more wealthier because we're here. So once you realize that you live in a world of scarcity and that you can transform that into understanding that you really can live in a world of sufficiency, that many of the leaders that you have brought here live in, Jim Quick and Rex and others live in sufficiency. And when you live from there, there is this peace that no matter how rich you are, you're never going to accomplish with money. That comes from within. And the other one is access. You have to understand access. So when we're so much wealthier, the reason I am glued to this program is because I'm not only having beautiful, beautiful access. I mean, I want to spend a whole evening talking to Rebecca, and I do want to do a little training. I am a mentor and I'm twice her age, but the minute you go absolutes, you have a whole group of people going, oh, that's not my experience. And so and it's good though, because she's actually demonstrating that part of you that doesn't want to hear other people's point of views, which is something that you really need to master, especially during this time in the United States with the elections. You need to open up to listening to both sides, 3 sides, whatever. So those are the aspects. Scarcity, no. Sufficiency, access, and leverage. Leverage, leverage, leverage.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dame Doria. It has been such a delight to speak with you. There's so much that we all can learn from you, and also how you apply these principles, not only to yourself, but how you apply it to your business and the business framework. And you do so much teaching about that through your programs. It's really been an honor to be here with you today. Parisa, would love for you to share your thoughts, and then we're going to bring up our next guest.
Thank you, Alicia. Well, thank you, Dame Doria. This has been such a delight. I have been taking notes this entire time, and I love the way you break down these very like lived, learned, and embodied principles, because you give the most potent keywords. And the keywords, like Alicia had mentioned, and I had written it down. I was like, yes, we're on the same page with this, is like the clearing of any thoughts that are rooted in that are not matched with that level of deservability. Really allowing yourself to sit and be and do and give yourself the time to do that, when we often are in that place of scarcity with time, right? I love the sufficiency, the access, the leverage. Yes, simple, straight to the point, potent. And it can apply in so many different ways for each person. And thank you so much for your time. It's been such a delight. Thank you so much.
I
Such an
forgot
honor.
to mention in Fridays with Doria, the magical exercises and the resources. See, my brain just remembered, said, oh, you forgot to tell her. Magical recovery exercises. Do them. It's a gift to you. Aloha, everyone. Aloha. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you so much, Dame Doria. Wow.
Wow. My brain is
many-
on fire, and I've been drinking a lot of water too. I'm like, yes, I'm fueling my brain. Yes. I'm like, that's why I'm so drinking so much water today, is because we do need to fuel our brain. I love that she brought that forward. The fact of fueling and hydrating when we're learning to, not neglect that, but to honor it. I love that.
And I love that she said that you know, our lives are an experience. We get to show up, we get to try new things, we get to learn in new ways. And I think it was an important distinction that she made earlier. Be open to learning, be open to learning different perspectives. And also, as we're consuming information, we get to decide what to do about it, right? We get to decide what we want to learn more about. We get to decide what is my reaction to this and how do I want to move forward. So I thought that that was really important that she brought that up. It is such a delight to bring our next guest up, who understands something about the concept of clearing old beliefs and old ways of life and creating the space for everything that's to come. Deepika Sandhu is a former Silicon executive, has worked in the tech world. She is an author of many books, but one is Hello Universe, It's Me. And she's going to talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. And she's also the CEO of Soul Sparks Publishing, where she helps individuals bring out and evolve into their full selves. And she coaches them through that, but then also helps them write out their stories through books. So Deepika, it is such an honor and a pleasure to have you here with us. I know that you're traveling right now, currently tuning in from Toronto, because you will be speaking tomorrow. But Deepika, I mean, I know you've been tuning in. You heard a little bit from Dame Doria just now. Would love for you to share with our audience a little bit more about your work and why kind of the study of the brain, trying to understand the conversations that you have with yourself is so important in life, but also to the work that you do. Over to you, Deepika. You're on mute, by the way. There we go.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is such a pleasure to be here. It's a true honor. Yeah, everything that she just said, plus times two, right? Here's the thing. I'm a Silicon Valley business executive. I've worked in this space for 25 years. I want some logic in my spiritual life. I want some logic in how all this stuff is meant to work. I don't just want to believe it and hope and pray that something is going to change. I mean, that's a good method for everybody that's using that. But for me, I wanted something different, right? I wanted to be able to understand it. And when you get deep into this material, you start to understand that every decision you make is totally and completely a choice, right? Our life is a choosing. And I got to choose to change my life, right? I spent all of my life being that good kid, right? I got good grades at school. I did well. I got went to college. I did well at college. I got the great job out of college. I did well at the job, and I got promotion after that, and more money, more accolades. I was just busy checking everything off my checklist, trying to do everything right. And I did. And even in my personal life, I dated like it was a professional sport. I was like convinced I was going to find Mr. Right and bring him into existence and bring that picture perfect life into existence as well. But here's the thing. I did all of it and still found myself at the age of 40 crying in my closet, wondering why. If I did everything right, why did everything feel so wrong? And in that moment, I made a decision. I made a decision that I was not going to wake up at 50 feeling the same way that I felt at 40. And I didn't have the luxury that, Julia Roberts has in Eat, Pray, Love to go run off and find yourself in Italy or Indonesia or India or wherever she goes. I had a little child at home and I wanted to find myself right there inside of that life. And I did. And here's the thing, it was all a choice. It was all a decision. We are loaded to the brim with thoughts and beliefs and patterns and programs that have made up the version of ourselves that we are today. And what we don't often realize is that we have the power, and Dame Doria just spoke about this, right? We have the power to change our own thoughts and beliefs and acquire new ones that will better serve the version of us we wish to become. Most of those thoughts and beliefs that we're loaded to the brim with aren't even our own, right? They come from parents and teachers and, Hollywood and social media and other forms of entertainment and information that comes to us. And nothing wrong with it. That's the way we grew up. That's the information that we got, and that's okay. But at some point, You might be like me, where you realize all the things that we consumed in our lives and all the things we believed in our lives were no longer fully resonating with ourselves anymore. And when that realization hits, you are allowed to make a change. You are allowed to bring in different patterns and programs and ideas that are going to serve the highest version of you. I always say, I'm Silicon Valley based, so I always say we are like a giant computer. We are the ultimate algorithm, right? Whatever we are believing, we're always getting more of it, right? So if I want to have something different, if I would like a different life, it doesn't even matter what that life might be or what it might entail. I am allowed to rewire those old patterns and programs, those old way of thinking, and move into a newer way of thinking that better serves the version I wish to come. It's Neil Donald Walsh in Conversations with God. If you've ever read that book, it's fantastic. But he says we are meant to be the highest vision that we have ever had for ourselves. And so if you're meant to be the highest vision that you've ever had for yourself, and you can't see the path from where you are today to where that highest vision of yourself might become your reality, go look at what you're believing. Go look at those patterns that you've been holding on to in your life. Go look at that programming, the beliefs that you're wired with and have been wired with, and ask yourself, are any of these actually serving me and who I am today and who I wish to become in the future? And if the answer to that is, oh, wait a second, maybe I don't believe this thing anymore, guess what? Change it to something else you would believe. I thought the only path to a happy, successful life was to, hustle all the time, work late into the evening, work after my daughter went to bed, work in the morning before she got up. It was to run around to different clients and keep moving and driving and cook the dinner and do all the things. I mean, I had all these beliefs about what it took to be a successful woman. But when those beliefs were running me ragged, making me exhausted, making me tired, making me doubt myself, giving me health issues, making my hair fall out, giving me walking pneumonia, like all the things that were happening to me, well, guess what you can do? You can choose to create different beliefs. Did I need to be that version? That hyper successful version that we see in social media and we see on TV that we're meant to be? Or could I actually do things that fully aligned with who I am and what I wish to become in my life? I chose the latter, but it takes time and it takes effort, right? To truly rewire and reprogram yourself into those beliefs that actually do serve you.
Wow. Deepika, it's so interesting what you're sharing because it's showing an intentionality in your book, Hello Universe, It's Me. It's called How I Scheduled a Breakdown and Manifested My New Life. And you scheduled that into your time, right? Into your life. And you realize that there are some things that you wanted to change. When we were with Jim Quick earlier today, he said there's a version of yourself that's patiently waiting for you. So as you were going through your journey and as you were thinking about how you wanted to intentionally make some shifts, what are some of the practices that you kind of implemented in your life to help you navigate that? Because, breakdown, it can be a heavy word for some, but it's really like Brene Brown says, my breakdown, and she crosses it out and she said was my breakthrough, right? You have to unlearn and kind of unravel to build yourself up. So can you talk about that journey a little bit and kind of share some of the principles that you applied or the tools that you implemented or some of the actions that you took in your everyday life to help you along that journey?
100%. First thing I did, and I'm a big brainiac. I like my spreadsheet, so I wanted to make some lists in them, right? So I wanted to go through and see what are all the things I do in my day. Every single thing, from the smallest thing to the largest thing. What are all the things I do in my day, and how do doing those things actually make me feel, right? So I took everything from commuting to work, answering emails, I'm sitting in traffic, picking up my daughter from school, socializing with my then husband's friends, other commitments that I had, all the different things that I did in my day. And I literally put down how doing each of those things made me feel. It was a true life audit in that moment to really understand what I did in my life and whether or not I enjoyed the sensation that I experienced from doing them. But here's what I learned. I spent most of my day doing things I did not like. The vast majority of my day were doing things I did not enjoy to do. And the things I did enjoy to do, driving my daughter to school every morning, where we would sing our songs and have our cute conversations, or even our whole nighttime routine in the evening, where we're reading and chit-chatting and playing word games, those parts I was rushing my way through so I could keep having time for the things I didn't like to do. And once I realized that, my number one step was to start saying no to things that were not serving me, right? Did I have to sit in heavy traffic to get to this meeting in person, or could I do it virtually? Did I have to spend my weekend jam-packed with social obligations that I didn't enjoy, or could I start saying no to them? And I slowly started to pick apart all the things in my day I did not like to do. And then I neutralized all the stuff that were things I knew I needed to keep, but I didn't have to ascribe so much emotion to, right? Whether it's taking out the trash or, doing the dishes or whatever those items might be. And then I consciously, as I plucked out the things I didn't like to do and consciously found myself saying no to more things, I then started to add in things to my life that I actually enjoyed. So that was my first two steps. Figure out what I did and whether or not I liked anything that I did. And two, start to take out the stuff I didn't like and add in the things I really wanted to make more time for. So some of the things I wanted to make more time for that were meaningful to me was to really have my strong morning and evening routines, right? My time to journal, my time to sit in silence, my time just to be quiet and with myself. My time not to feel rushed, not to feel hurried, right? Not to feel haggard, just time to be with myself. Those were my starting points in my own journey. Now, as I fast forward from this time, because I'm 7 years from my scheduled breakdown, it was 7 years ago that all happened and became the subject of my book, as Alicia mentioned. Now, I still maintain these large windows of silence in my days. So I wake up before my family wakes up. I sit in silence for long periods of time, not even actively meditating. Sometimes I do, but just letting myself be washed in the silence. Because I found the quieter I am, the more I'm able to tune in, quiet things down, the more obvious and clear the answers become. The path I'm meant to take becomes so, so clear. And I love what you said that was said earlier in the conference, in that the version of you that's coming is so patiently waiting for you to show up. And that was exactly it for me. When I took my scheduled breakdown and I let these thoughts sort of emerge about what needed to happen next for me, it was like a future version of me is like, hi, we've been waiting for you all this time. And it really was. And all of that started with rewiring the thoughts and beliefs I had about what a working mom should be doing or should not be doing, what a happy family looks like or should not look like, what bank accounts should look like and not look like, what you should prioritize in your life or not. I had to rework my thinking on all of those things, and I did.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what people do today. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know that you help people kind of navigate their own journeys. And what was so impactful about your share is that you took a really programmatic kind of framework based way at looking at your life, but you applied so many of kind of the concepts and the principles that we've been hearing about today, but really like thinking about how do I feel when I'm doing an action. Jim Quick talked about that earlier today. And I mentioned it earlier, instead of a to-do list, like a to-feel list. What am I doing? How is it making me feel? And then identifying the areas where it's like, that doesn't feel right, and not just sitting in that moment, but going back to what Rex was talking about earlier, redirecting that time and that energy into something else that feels better, that is more fulfilling. Now you have Soul Sparks Press, which is all about helping people expand into that version of themselves that is so patiently waiting for them there. As both an author and a life expansion mentor and coach, how do you kind of work with the individuals in your community through these conversations? Because, I think And kind of going back to what Dame Doria was saying earlier, it's one thing to listen, it's one thing to learn, and it's one thing to absorb and kind of figure out what your opinion is on something that was said or not said. But it is such an completely entire different act to actually apply it to life. And there can be resistance for a lot of different reasons. So kind of what are those experiences like with the individuals that you work with?
Well, look, we're scared. We might take a step to say, okay, I know something needs to change, but the what's next after I know something needs to change is often very unclear to people, right? And so I like to say, take those small shifts, the tiny steps that just move in the direction of what it is you desire and where you would like to go, right? When we do that, we're moving ourselves in the direction of what we would like. So for me, the tiniest steps started to unlock bigger and bigger outcomes. And this is exactly what I teach the people that I work with day in and day out, is that we don't have to go tear the place down. We don't have to go light a fire, right? You don't have to quit the job and leave the man and do all the different things that you need to do, and do it all on the same day. No. I am not advocating that. I don't want you to do that, right? But we can start slowly to make shifts in small areas and allow those small shifts to create really powerful breakthroughs. I always say, I don't want anybody out there to have to schedule their breakdown. I already did that. I'm here to help you realize the breakthroughs before you need to go schedule the breakdown, right? And so it's for me, and what I love people to do is find the small things that move the needle. So you can't get rid of everything on your busy day list. Okay, well, can you carve out 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 minutes for just you to do something that you truly love to do, that nourishes you, replenishes you, rejuvenates you, and makes you feel a little bit more like you each and every day? But like I said, we're scared. So our inner critic, our inner saboteur, loves to come in the way of all this. I sometimes call it our inner hater, right? It just loves to get in the way and mess with us and bring up all those old patterns and programs that we're trying to rewire from. It takes us back to older thinking, because even if we didn't like the way we used to live and we know we want a different way, we were still very comfortable in the life that we did not like, because we understood it and we knew how to survive it and how to live with it, right? Tough reality, but it's true. Now, can I actually rewire my thinking, rewire my patterns, rewire my programs, change my beliefs to move into things that are different? Yes, but our inner critic, little devil on our shoulder, is going to tell us some of the reasons that we can't do it. And it can often be loud. So a lot of what I support people with is learning how to quiet down that inner critiquing voice. But that's difficult because it's been around for as long as we've been around, and we've got to work to replace that. But that's a lot of what I help people with as well. And it's such an important step.
Wow, that's so powerful. Deepika, it's been a pleasure with you being so vulnerable and open about your journey. I think a lot of people can kind of go through the motions and check the box. And it's hard to say, like, I've checked the box and I've done the things that everyone said I should be doing, and I don't feel great about it. And
Yeah.
it's hard to say that, and it can be easy to be stuck there, but you're showing like what the path looks like when you realize and acknowledge where you're at and say, okay, this is where I'm at, and that's okay, right? Acknowledge the feeling. And then I want to do something to shift it. And it may take time, and it may take small incremental steps. And I may need to schedule my breakdown or schedule time in my day to really address this. But you're showing the joy that can come and really does come on the other side of all of that, which is important, because it's an experience that a lot of people maybe go through, but it may be a lot more difficult to speak about. And you're such a big voice and advocating for that kind of introspection and acknowledgement that this isn't it, right? I don't know what it is yet, but I know this is not it. And I get to sit down and figure out where I get to go next. And so really appreciate you. Deepika, I would love for you to share some of your closing remarks. And I'm wishing you all of the best. I know you're speaking at a conference tomorrow, but over to you for your closing remarks.
Feel all the feels. Allow yourself to go through this journey and respect yourself that it's going to be hard, that it might be challenging, that it might feel some kind of way. But moving through all that it is that you're going to go through as you make your tiny shifts and move yourself along is going to lead you to the version of yourself that you've meant to become. It is patiently waiting for you. Your future self is cheering you on through all these changes to get yourself there. So go ahead, take those steps, allow yourself to move there, and feel all the feels as you do, both of the version of yourself that you're leaving behind, but also the excitement and the pleasure of the version that you're becoming.
Wow, wow. So well said. Beautiful words. And I think the acknowledgement and to hold the space for all versions of yourself, right, as you go through the journey is so important, because it really does go back to that conversation that you have with yourself. Thank you so much, Deepika, for your time. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Wow, if you are tuning in, we are here at the Global Neuroscience Symposium. Today, you have heard from Jim Quick, Dame Doria, Rex Sikes, Dr. Rebecca Granger Ellis, who is a neuroscientist. We just heard from Deepika Sandhu, and we're going to move into a panel where you're going to hear about how Suzette Bravo, who's an empowerment coach, she's a writer, she has a podcast, navigates her life. You're going to hear from Dagmar Fleming, who I'm going to bring up to the stage in just a moment. And I'm going to be joined by one of our co-hosts here at the Los Angeles Tribune, Miss Donna Campbell. So I'm going to bring Donna up, and I'm going to bring Dagmar up, and we'll bring Donna back in one moment here. But Suzette, Dagmar, I know that you both are such advocates of empowerment and mindset shifts and showing up as the best version of yourself. I know you were just tuning in to Deepika and you've been listening in today. Suzette, I'd love to start with you to further introduce yourself and your work to your audience. And then we're going to move to you, Dagmar. And then I have some really exciting questions for you. But before we get there, Suzette, over for you. I would love for you to share more about all that you are.
Oh, thanks so much, Alicia. I appreciate that. Super excited to be here with you guys today. Like you said, I'm Suzette. I am a women's transformation and leadership and empowerment coach. I work primarily with women. I also work with young girls. I'm actually in the midst of, we're going to be launching a program very soon that is geared toward girls at different stages, different transformational stages, 5th grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade, that I'm really, really excited about. So really excited to be here, and you have such a great panel and all like great guests, great people. I've popped in and out a little bit today. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us, Suzette. And Dagmar, I mean, you are the founder of the Athena Circle. You're so big in women empowerment work. That is a common thread in the work that you do and that Suzette does. Would love for you to share a little bit more about Unlock Your Success and the Athena Circle. And then we're going to have a really interesting dialogue on mindset and mindset shifts, and how women can apply different techniques to their daily lives so that we can show up as ourselves, because, you know, it's easy to dim your light, but there's so much brightness within us all. But Dagmar, over to you to further introduce yourself.
Well, thank you, Alicia. And this is such a pleasure to be part of this neuroscience summit, because there is so much development in the science of the brain and how we can leverage this to truly create the life of our dreams. And that's exactly what my passion is. So my journey started in a corporate global business development, but very quickly I realized that for high achievers, for leaders to truly get the breakthroughs that they want and have quantum leaps in their lives, they have to release what's holding them back. So I very quickly recognized that true success is holistic, and it comes from integrating the power of the brain, but also combining it with energy, emotional state, and even intuition, which is the higher wisdom. So I made a pivotal shift, and I focused on mentorship programs for leaders, high achievers, and women entrepreneurs who want to create even more success. And we do that using my modality, which you mentioned earlier, the triple quantum reset, which really goes into combining neuroscience with ancient energy work. Wow. Secrets to be revealed. I think, Alicia, you were muted.
Yeah, I was playing with the mute button there. I love that you, Dagmar, you talked about combining kind of ancient wisdom and science and where people are at right now to help them move forward into success. And I think that's really important. We had Rex on earlier and we were talking about where science meets spirituality, and a lot of the way that our brains react is a trauma response to the experiences that we've had, and oftentimes trauma is stuck in your body. So would love for you to kind of share some of the insights that you've kind of come across as you've worked on your very unique modality that you share with the clients that you work with, and also the women that are a part of your Athena Circle and beyond.
Well, thank you for this question, because, we attend a lot of personal development conferences and read these books about empowerment. And often we hear the power of affirmation. We just have to tell ourselves that we are rich, and magically the riches of the world will show up at our doorstep. But I very quickly realized that perhaps the affirmation don't always work, because if they did, we all would have been rich by now, or healthy, or skinny. So what is going on? And this is the foundational understanding at the triple quantum reset process. And what that means is that we rarely ask if the subconscious mind is feeding us and telling us how we perceive ourselves, the actions that we take, then who is feeding the subconscious mind? So coming back to this affirmation concept, if you're looking at an empty checking account, or discordant relationships, toxic codependencies in your life, and you just try to tell yourself that the world is different, then there is lack of cohesion. And the subconscious mind is locking you into your reality, because what you mentioned, Alicia, trauma, unresolved experiences, usually wired in from the very beginning, from early childhood. And when this is all combined, we kind of get stuck on that wheel that keeps spinning the same expectations and the same outcomes. So with the triple quantum reset process, we go deep into the soil beneath the plant, which is behind me, to symbolize this concept that what we see on the surface is the result of what the roots are in. And when we truly start addressing what happened to me in my past that led me to create a limited concept of what I am capable of, then I am able to take much bigger and bolder action.
Wow. And I'm going to be joined in just a moment here with Rachel Weaver, who is going to be helping me co-host this segment. But I love that you mentioned that acknowledgement of what has happened in your past, Dagmar, as being an essential part of your journey. And Suzette, I know that you speak about this a lot in your work, and you talk about kind of the rebel, the rebel within you that is looking to find the courage to have that voice, to have that conversation that oftentimes is with yourself. It's with yourself in how you show up. It's with yourself in the conversations that you have with yourself, and it's with yourself in how you explore self-love for self. So Suzette, I would love for you to share a little bit more about kind of that journey and that experience, because you've talked about, in the past, like being a people pleaser and blending in to feel safe. And it was a reaction from a place that you were coming from, but you've evolved so far from that, and you really share your experiences to teach. I would love for you to share more, Suzette.
Oh, thank you. Dagmar, I love everything that you're saying. And I so love this conversation that's starting to happen with people, because affirmations are great. I mean, self-development, all that stuff is great. But if you have these core beliefs below, and you're operating from this core belief system that you're not worthy, that you don't deserve, that something inside of you is broken, and you just kind of pile affirmations and all of the stuff on top of it, that's really great. But our subconscious does drive 95% of what we do. So you can stack a whole bunch of stuff on top of those beliefs. It's like if you have a garden that's overrun with weeds and you plant a few roses in there, eventually they're going to kill the roses, and the roses are going to die. And I think that's where sort of the self-development world kind of falls short, because the biggest part of this, and I think one of the key components, and talking about like the inner rebel, is having that awareness and allowing ourselves a moment to stop and take a breath before we react to things, and really getting curious with ourselves about what's going on, why it's going on, how things are feeling. And for me, through my journey, that was the biggest thing. My superpower is dissociation. I can completely dissociate from what's going on in my body, what's going on with everything. It's a trauma response. I learned it as a child. I can still do it. Rachel's shaking her head. Yeah, it is. It's a superpower. So years of talk therapy, years of all of this stuff, I could intellectualize all of it and tell you all of it, but I wasn't feeling any of it. So it wasn't until I learned about somatic healing and getting into my body and learning to come back to myself and connecting to what I call my inner rebel. She was really my inner intuition. She was that voice inside of me all of those years that was like, no, you don't have to do this. You don't have to comply. You can speak up. You can do all the things that you want to do. This is who you are. This is who you want to be, that I was pushing down because I wasn't worthy and I wasn't good enough. So I think through all of this, like, I think the biggest thing, the first thing that has to happen is curiosity and awareness.
Those principles are so key. And I see Rachel shaking her head, because I know, Rachel, you were trained in trauma, right? And, this is a conversation definitely wanted you to be a part of. So Rachel, I would love to hand it over to you to continue asking Dagmar and Suzette questions. And I know that this is something that you're so passionate about. And these conversations are important. Like Suzette, you mentioned affirmations take you so far, but how do we talk about the clearing, the stuff that is really stuck within us, to really push that out? So Rachel.
Oh, thank you so much, Alicia. Yes, this is such an important and phenomenal conversation, and I'm super honored to be here to be able to contribute and ask the questions, because Suzette, you touched on so many and really important things that I think a lot of us learn as a coping mechanism to disassociate. And so what we tend to do when we disassociate from feeling those feelings, we don't want to feel them, right? So we stuff them down. But the truth of the matter is, just like I think Dagmar, you said, we tend to stuff that trauma down, but it stays within our body. And when we don't deal with it, it will deal with us, right? It's going to rise to the surface when we don't do that work to feel those feelings and work through some of that trauma. And speaking of neuroscience, the way that trauma affects us is it's brain damage, right? And then it can also affect us on a very deep cellular level. Our organs can be affected if we don't get that mental health help that we need to move some of that trauma out of the front cortex of our brain so that we can begin the healing process. So I love this conversation. I would love to know, Suzette, I don't know how personal you want to go with this, but I can speak to it very, very clearly. I have my own traumatic experiences that I feel it's forever a journey, right? Because certain things happen throughout our life. And what I think it's really important for people to understand is that when we are affected in a deep way by trauma, and we go do those certain somatic experiencing modalities, EMDR, brain optimization, all the different modalities that are out there to help us move that trauma, doesn't mean that it completely goes away. It doesn't mean that certain experiences we might smell something, we might hear something or see something visually that reminds us and triggers us. It's that healing process is what helps us respond in a much healthier, reactive way when we experience something that brings up a trigger. So talking about disassociation, I think, is something that a lot of people don't recognize as not the healthiest coping mechanism, right? They think, oh, it's not affecting me, because, you know, I don't really even deal with it, right? I don't feel sad about it. I don't feel this way. But the reality of it is, disassociation can be also a little bit detrimental if we don't do the work to understand and allow ourselves to feel those feelings so that we can begin to heal. So when was it that you recognized you were disassociating, a coping mechanism you learned as a child, which is where we learn 98% of all of our coping as children. So when we talk about trauma all the time, I say addictions are formed in childhood because that's when we learn coping. No, you're not a drug addict or an alcoholic at 5, but you learned that coping mechanism that led to another addiction later on in life. So what was it that enlightened you to understand that you were disassociating, and how did you go about beginning to face that and healing from it?
Wow. Okay. Those are big questions. So most of my trauma, my big T trauma, was all in childhood. And my inner child was phenomenal at how she developed coping skills and how I learned how to survive and that's where dissociation came from, because because a lot of my abuse growing up was physical. So I would literally dissociate from my body. And as I got older and things started to change and getting out of the house, like becoming an adult, moving out, getting into life, and coming into where I was quote unquote safe, I told myself this story that, okay, like I'm safe now. I'm not giving this any more of my attention. I'm done. I'm moving on. I'm good. And that was the story that I told myself. And I was very successful in my life. I was married. I was running a very successful business. Everything was great. And then in January of 2013, my husband passed away suddenly from a brain tumor. And that grief was something that I just never could have prepared for. And what happened through that grief process was all of my survival skills were like fighting with each other, like who was going to win. I started drinking. I was numbing all of the time. I was completely dissociated. I was so afraid to really go into the grief. And it was destroying me from the inside out. And I finally realized, just through like talking to some people, and I know myself really well. I mean, like I said, I've done a lifetime of therapy. I knew the concepts, I knew was there. I just didn't want to face it. And I finally reached out to a therapist who was trauma informed. And this was the first time I had dealt with a trauma-informed therapist. And let me tell you, it was a completely different experience than any other therapy I'd done in my life. And we started digging in. And that's when I realized how dissociated I was and how dissociated I had been my entire life. Because when I started digging into that and I started to get to know my inner child and I started to go into those places, I mean, I remember one night laying on the floor in my kitchen, just sobbing. And I was afraid I was never going to stop crying. But it was just all the years of just not allowing my inner child to be sad, like just to be sad and to be heartbroken and to allow these feelings to process and move through. Because when we suppress that stuff, we keep it, we stuff it down, it stays there and it takes root. And it's like a squatter living inside of your body. Right. And the only way over it is through it. And that's finally what I started to do. And then, you know, moving through that, trying, you know, we moved into some different modalities. You know, I've done EMDR, I've done psilocybin, I've done, you know, a bunch of different modalities to get at. And it was actually interesting. The first time I did psilocybin, I met my inner child, and she was literally in there. She was armored up. She had weapons and she had her arms crossed, and she looked at me and she said, "Nope, we're not doing this yet." And it was probably 6 months after that we finally, like, she was ready, and we started having a conversation, and it's been really powerful. And I can say there's times where I'm like, okay, like, I kind of want to go back to dissociating because these feelings get a little bit too much. But honestly, like, I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Suzette, thank you so much for sharing your journey and for really being open. I think, you know, we can sit here and we can listen to these conversations about how can we use mindset and how can we be open to learning, but it all goes back to how does that apply to our lives. And, you know, it's important to hear stories of, you know, just that recognition that you had and just being open to trying different things, right? Until you could really truly connect with your true self, because that's what it's about. We can get so much knowledge, we can learn from experts, but how are we applying it to ourselves? And Dagmar, I know this is the work that you are fully into. I mean, tying the neuroscience behind it all, the energy work behind it all, and to helping people clear. So what are some experiences that you've had working with the individuals that you work with and having conversations through spaces like the Athena Circle and the new, more recent empowerment work that you're doing with women right now? And what are 2 or 3 mindsets or practices that you can share with individuals to think about even today, even if it doesn't shift something today, but just to kind of think about today? Dagmar, to you.
Yes, so thank you for that question, because, and I love the conversation about trauma. Rachel said earlier that, you know, she's been trying to release that trauma, but it keeps hanging around. Well, there is a way of letting that go. And that's the power of the triple quantum reset, because a lot of clients who end up in our circle may have been abused physically, sexually, emotionally, have gone through decades of healing, and they're just not releasing that experience. So the question is why? And I'm inviting our viewers to see themselves as beings that are vibrational and energetic. And that is not a woo-woo or metaphysical concept. We know that quantum physics, and as Albert Einstein has already proven, that absolutely everything's energy. And what happens is that when we have a negative experience, it exudes frequency, which, by the way, now science can measure and tell you in hertz where you are. So the fear could be 2 hertz, while love could be 100 hertz, right? So what that means is that when you have a very negative experience, you are programming brain for fear, anger, shame, guilt, sadness, because you exuded that energy, that emotion. Emotion is an energy in motion. And now, because you haven't quite processed that, a lot of times there is a fracture, right? So the soul literally exits and says, this is too much for me. Soul or consciousness exits saying, this is too much for me to handle. This is what Suzette was talking about when she was dissociating. In other words, she says, I can't handle it, so I'm going to scoop out and let the body take the hit while I'm cocooning myself here on this side. And what happens is now you've got a fracture, and the body is emitting frequency of disempowerment, which in turn, per law of attraction, attracts more of the negative experiences. I mean, how many of guests in our audience have experienced the same negative instance over and over again? Maybe you had a very difficult friend in childhood, or a sibling that was beating you up, and then you've got the kind of boss that always verbally beats you up and assaults you. It's because the frequency hasn't cleared. So the key practical exercise that I want to share with our audience is, imagine yourself having this beautiful faucet that comes straight out of your heart. and you open that faucet and allow these old emotions to simply pass through. Now, you don't have to re-experience the trauma. You don't have to go into that experience. In fact, I've had clients who were so severely abused that they would be traumatized just thinking about it. But when we work on them energetically and the emotions exit, pass through them, they don't have to re-experience what happened to them. They just need to stop bottling it down. Because when we shove it down, it starts affecting the brain. And Rachel mentioned that where trauma, and science proves that, imprints the neurological pathways. So now we've got a learned coping mechanism that Suzette spoke to. And for her, that's, I don't want to deal with it. I'm going to pretend it's not happening. And Joe Dispenza actually has talked a lot about how our responses are chemically, biologically processed into the physical body. So now the next time you may have an experience that's not as traumatic, maybe just an argument with your partner, intimate partner, but you go into that response and situation is not resolved. So when we heal, first step is acknowledge that there is an area of your life that needs healing. Don't go into it, just acknowledge there's something that you want to allow to dissipate. Go through your self-hypnosis, self-meditation, where you put that faucet in front of you and you simply say, I would like the emotions to pass through. I don't need to experience them. I don't need to look at them, but I want to give myself an outlet to let go of that frequency. And then that's where the power of mind comes in. And I like to say, use the delete button. A lot of times people feel disempowered by their own brain. I'm thinking that I'm not good enough, or I'm thinking that I'm not worthy of it. It must be that way. No, it does not. It's just a program that's running in your brain. And I'm inviting you to ditch Windows 10 and upgrade to Windows 11. And that starts with us starting to training the brain to be the champion of our causes instead of the doubting Thomas. And one of the exercises I use in my mentorship programs, which is one of many neuroplasticity-based exercises that we share with our entrepreneurs, is to recall 3 daily wins. And what happens is that if you go to bed and you tell yourself, I've been a champion today, I sent an email. It doesn't matter that you missed 99, but that one did something amazing, right? You connected to your prospect or you shared something with somebody. When you go to sleep, your brain's going to take that concept, will take that frequency and the feeling of accomplishment attached to it, and it will magnify it. Again, brain science proves what you feed it is what you're going to get. It's what it's going to spit out. So if every day you train your brain to say to yourself, I'm awesome, then you're going to wake up on an awesome frequency instead of, oh, I'm such a loser. 1 email. I've got 20 more to go. Let me not sleep all night and just wonder about 19 left emails. I better get up in the middle of the night, start writing them. It's not going to do anything for you.
Yeah.
So train your brain to be your champion, the one that says, Dagmar, you're the most fabulous person in the world. And I'll be like, really? Tell me more. Doesn't that feel good?
I love that you shared that, Dagmar, because, the longest conversation you'll ever have with any person that we ever encounter in this world is the conversation that you have with yourself. And so what are you holding weight to in those conversations? And I know, Rachel, this is so much part of your work and the world that you do. And I appreciate you for joining us today, Rachel. And I know we'll see you back in the Neuroscience Symposium soon. But, Dagmar, I think it's really important that you talked about that. Jim Quick this morning in his conversation with Mo Rock and Michael Silvers was talking about gratitude, right? Waking up in the morning and having that gratitude and that being a conversation that helps anchor you. And having that conversation at night too is important, because who knows what you're thinking about when you go to sleep. But what is that kind of conversation that you're having with yourself? Suzette, I would love for you to share one or two principles that you kind of apply in your daily life as you've worked to really own not even the rebel, just but fully own all of who you are with courage, with authority, and with so much authenticity. Would love for you to share one or two principles that help you, or a guiding light, or practices that you incorporate in your everyday, before we move to closing remarks in just a bit.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback a little bit on what Dagmar was talking about, because again, it goes back to the subconscious and being pre-programmed. And we operate on this operating system that's just running in the background. We don't even realize that it's there. It's just in this loop, and it's the same beliefs every day. You know, it's that belief you wake up, I'm not worthy. It's that, you know, you wake up, I didn't do enough. I didn't this, I didn't that. And creating new habits is bringing that awareness to what you're thinking and shifting and looking. One of the exercises I take clients through is, you have this belief that, okay, to use Dagmar's example, you only got through one email yesterday, you still have 19 to go, but you got through that one. And we have such a tendency to look at ourselves and call out our shortcomings, call out the things that we didn't do. So I take clients back through the past, like, okay, so you feel like you're facing whatever, say you have an opportunity that's been given to you and you don't think you're worthy, or you don't think you're ready for it. Okay, let's take a step back. Let's look at what you've done in your past. Let's look at what you've overcome, what you've accomplished, how you did it. What tools did you use when you overcame this last thing? And we sort of take an inventory of what those gifts and what those you know, what those what they learned, what the lessons were, especially, you know, in times where we've failed. You know, a lot of times when we fail, we just sort of go to town beating ourselves up, instead of looking and saying, okay, you know what? Yeah, this didn't work out the way that I wanted it to, but what can I learn here? Like, what happened here that I can learn and take forward and do something different the next time? You know, they talk about, oh, if you fall off the horse, just get right back on. No, sit your butt on the ground for a couple of minutes and think about what just happened before you get back up on that horse, because you want to make a better decision the next time around, right? The horse may throw you 100 times. As long as you get back up 101, like, you're good, you're going to succeed. But we are so much more powerful, and we have so much more than we realize. And it's taking, again, that curiosity and that awareness and saying, hey, wait a minute. No, like, I've done really powerful things in my life, and incorporating those things into who we are now. And, you know, we talked about trauma, and, you know, that it's there. And it's not about that you overcome it or that you forget that it happened. It's almost like you make friends with it. It becomes part of you. And Dagmar, I think the becoming fractured and fragmented was your word. And this is how you start to put yourself back together. And that is recognizing what you've done and how powerful you are. And that's one of my favorite go-tos with people, is just basically like, okay, so you feel like you can't accomplish this. Like, where's the evidence? Like, who told you that? Because if you look back, you have more evidence to support that you can do it than you do that you can't.
I love that you said that, and it's definitely a reflection, and it's a mind shift, right? It has to be an intentional mind shift. And that's me. I've been that person, Dagmar. When you said it, I felt it. But it was interesting when you were talking about that person that sent the one email and maybe has 19 more to send. And, you know, I think there was a point where I would have heard that and almost cringed and been like, oh my gosh, I've been there before. But at least with that kind of experience, I had to kind of put some work there to realize that. But that one I sent, what it led to was so impactful. And I created the space to send the other, which was a shift. And that was hard for me to do, you know, because I'm like, oh, I didn't get it done. I didn't check it off the list. But it's really kind of shifting and transforming that kind of conversation and dynamic that you have with yourself. I know for me, I used to write to-do lists because I like to check things off and make sure that I do them. But at one point I shifted to calling it the what I get to work on today, right? And just even changing that dynamic where it's not like I have to get it done, but it's like I get to do this today, you know? And just that kind of small energy shift, I saw how it shifted how I engage with all of the activities that I was engaging with in those moments. So this is such an interesting conversation that we are having right now with Suzette and Dagmar. It's been a pleasure having you on. I would love for you both to move for your closing remarks before we bring our next guest up. And Dagmar, I'm going to start with you and then we'll move to Suzette. Thank you so much.
Well, absolutely. Thank you. Well, my hope for viewers of the summit is to give them permission to release the version of themselves that they are running at this time. We are all due for an upgrade. And, a lot of times we feel like victims of our own thinking, victims of our brain, locked into the past experiences, the hurts, wounds that occurred. But the truth is, there's this incredible concept in quantum physics called quantum leap. It's when an electron says, screw the orbit that I am on, I'm hopping to a new one. And it's really a scientific concept that can be adopted into the reality, and to give ourselves opportunity to say, I've been operating on a set of concepts about what I am capable of, what I can do, that maybe worked for me up to this point. But do I want to continue that moving forward? Do I want to still take 2 + 2 and get 4? Or am I willing to change one of these digits so I get 10? And Einstein beautifully said, doing the same thing and expecting different results is a definition of insanity. So my invitation is, hey, let's get the insane out of us and let's open ourselves to something new. And that means that sometimes the old us has to die. We have to let go the pains, the hurts, the disappointments. Yes, it did happen to you, but dragging it into present is just perpetuating the problem. So tap into your inner wisdom, into your inner intuition. Ask yourself, what's my vision for the future? And then allow that future vision pull you to that goal. In fact, for October 10th, the Athena Circle is hosting an event called The Power of Future Self to Manifest Your Present. Because when you are stuck in this set of concepts, then there's only so much you can create. But if you hop into the vision where you have already created your dreams, now you can reverse engineer your success. So why not? Let's keep hopping from one potentiality to another.
I love that, Suzette.
I love what she was saying, and it brings me, there's a beautiful poem by Emery Hall, and the poem is, I've been 1,000 different women. And I urge all of you to go check it out. It's really beautiful, but it's making that acknowledgement that just because you have held a set of beliefs or you have been a certain way, I don't care how old you are up to this point in your life, it's okay to make the decision that today you're going to make a change. And it's okay to release those old beliefs. And again, like I said, it starts with curiosity. And it starts with looking at these programs that you're running that are no longer serving you. Because until you get curious and understand too, like the thoughts in our head, you're not your thoughts. You are the person who is observing those thoughts. Those thoughts pop in. You have roughly, 70,000 of them every day. You get to pick and choose which ones are important to you and which ones you just choose. You know what? I don't want to believe this today. And it's just like, I love one of the things Michael Singer says in his book, The Untethered Soul. The way we talk to ourselves sometimes, imagine if your inner voice was somebody sitting on the couch next to you, talking to you that way. Would you sit there and listen, or would you get up and leave? Most of us would get up and leave. So challenge the thoughts that you're having, challenge the beliefs that you have about yourself, and be open to creating something new, because every single day you have a new opportunity to do something different than what you did yesterday.
Wow. That's so well said, Suzette. I'm just going to let that sit for a moment. Thank you so much, Suzette. Thank you so much, Dagmar, for joining us today. We are continuing with the Neuroscience Symposium, and that was a really beautiful reflection, a conversation of how we can apply principles into our everyday life and what our journey is like, and acknowledging where we're at. I'm going to bring Donna Campbell up with me. I know, Donna, that you've been tuning in and really, really excited to dive into our next panel. But before we do, Donna, I would love to hear your thoughts on the Neuroscience Symposium and the conversations that we've been having for the last 2 days.
You know, I absolutely have been enjoying everything, because this is the scope of the work a lot of us do in transformation, in personal development, and really creating the greatness that we have. And a lot of us recognize that it's kind of an inside job. And when you shift and change on the inside, everything else aligns on that outside. And so it's been incredibly insightful over the last few days.
Wow, I love that. And I love that you said it's kind of an inside job. It starts from the inside
It
out.
is.
We're going to bring to stage to join us Renee Dutton, Christina Rendon, and Parisa Mayadi, who I know you all were tuning in for that last conversation that we were just having with Suzette and Dagmar. I'm going to start with Parisa, with you. I would love for you to share and introduce more of the impactful work that you do with our audience, and kind of what your reflections were like in that last conversation, because I was watching your responses and kind of your head nods, and so I'd love to hear what you were thinking about, and then we're going to go ahead and introduce Christina and then Renee.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. First and foremost, it's an honor and pleasure to share space with all of you ladies and the world as well. So I am the founder and owner of Divine Chapters. So the roles that I fulfill are intuitive mindset coach, somatic healer, trauma-informed somatic healer, an author, speaker, and of course, leadership expert. I really help women mainly through healing breakthroughs, helping them develop their intuition by teaching them how to trust their inner voice, and through faith. I am faith-based, which is very, very important to me. And so in helping them achieve their goals through mind, body, and soul connection, which is so, so important, because really, truly, everything is connected, from what we ingest food-wise to what we speak, what we project out, what we also take in. So all of that, and of course, just through everything, healthy relationships, regulating nervous system, and really crafting successful strategies for just life. There is no small problem. There is no, like, from small to big problem, like challenges rather, right? We go through it all. So it's always an honor. My reflection from the past conversation was just that there were so many great points that Dagmar was making, and I can't, like, for the life of me, because I was just like taking it in. I was just like, oh. And also really what was going on, just to be very candid, was it was hitting me, because I'm a trauma survivor as well. I've been through more things than we have time for at this time to talk about, right? But when she was saying, I was like, oh my gosh, it was hitting me. I almost wanted to call her and say, hey, let's talk. So, but just overall, it's so important to feel safe. I think she did mention that, creating a safe environment, creating when you are working with the client, making sure that there's the trust and the safe space there. So that's the main thing for me.
Thank you so much, Parisa, for sharing. Renee, would love for you to share more about your work, your book, and how you've just kind of been soaking up today's conversations. I love what you said there, Parisa. It's like a lot of today, it's like you just got to take a moment to just kind of listen and kind of let it, you figure out what your reaction is to that. But Renee, it's so great for you to join us today.
Thank you. What an honor to be here with just so many incredible people. the doctors, the neuroscientists, and then all of us who just have a lifetime of experience. And I can honestly say that just about everything everybody said has resonated with me. I don't know how I packed so much life into my life, but I feel like I have had all those experiences, which have brought me to write my book, to share tools and tips for trauma, for difficulties in life. And the thing that I'm really passionate about is helping people to understand that what they think is definitely going to affect their life, but what they say, you can't go around saying negative things and complaining and expect to have a fantastic, easy life. So it honestly took me a while to learn this. And there would be times when I would be in an amazing place and amazing things would happen. And then you just kind of get comfortable and, got sciatica. So it was real. I had sciatica. So I'm talking about the sciatica. No, it's better, in my opinion. You can't bury things, which came up as well. But the more you talk about the negative, the more you get the negative. I had 9 months with no voice due to some surgeries that didn't go very well. And they told me I'd never speak again. And after the 6th surgery, I just decided, well, I do believe in a higher power as well. And I just got the download that forget the doctors, forget the surgeries, just work on yourself and your mindset. And that's why I'm such an advocate for the way you think and positivity and how it affects the brain, because it really does affect the brain. And I've loved studying. I won't babble all the knowledge that I have. We'll let the doctors do that, but I've learned it all and written about it all. And learning it firsthand really enforces it. And it really makes me want to share with people that are going through these difficulties and they're told they'll never talk again or they'll never walk again, or it's just not true. And I feel it's very important to never accept anybody's limitations for your life, because you're in charge. And sciatica, no, whatever. You're in charge of making the right decisions and having your life in balance so that you can live a positive life and so that your brain can work optimally.
I commend you for everything that you've been through, Renee, and I know you've been with us with the Los Angeles Tribune, sharing different aspects and parts of your stories. And so I just wanted to express gratitude because of all of the different things that you have gone through in the past, and not having a voice to having a voice is deeply profound there. So Christina, I'm going to invite you up here to the stage to introduce yourself a little bit more deeply as well, and what inspires you to do the work that you do.
I love that question. What inspires me to do the work that I do? And that's definitely a big theme of mine in my life, and what's guided me in my journey is following what inspires me. One of the first questions that I remember asking myself is just, how can I have deeper fulfillment in every area of my life? And for me, that looked like, how can I contribute? And I've been really passionate about holistic wellness, and that's led me to attain multiple certifications in healing and wellness coaching, and explored many avenues of healing. And through that exploration, I found that my passion and what inspired me most was helping individuals and groups and people with more of their mental health space. Because I find that so much of what blocks people is within. And I found that lit me up, and I love combining everything that I've been learning over the many years in holistic wellness and being able to offer that. So I'm a therapist, a meditation guide, a healer, and an author and a speaker. And very grateful to be here. So much of what everyone has shared so far has stood out to me, especially from the last panel around self-awareness, and looking forward to being here.
I love that. I love that. Now, Getting to know you guys over the last bit, I do have this question, and it's something that I started exploring. And because you are all thought leaders, I really want your perception on some of what I'm going to share here. We all talk about limiting beliefs, stopping ourselves, the things we have to overcome, negative limitations, brainwave patterns, all of those things. But yet, we come from a place of pure consciousness, a place of pureness, a place of wholeness, a place of completeness, a place of divine love. So here's my question is exploring this idea of belief stealing, meaning that we come here from this amazing place, but yet we pick up all of these other beliefs and situations for us to operate from. And I want to get each of your take on, do you believe in belief stealing? We take on other people's expectations, personas to create those, or do you think it's something different? So, Parisa, let's start with you.
So belief stealing, can you tell me what that means again? Because it's not resonating for me.
Right. It's a new concept that I have heard.
Okay.
And we come here from a place of pure consciousness. But if we come here from a place of pure consciousness, a place of wholeness, a place of divine love, there's no negativity in it. But yet we live a life of negativity or negative patterns that we have to release. So are we learning those from other people? Are we taking other people's beliefs and making them our own, and we stole another person's belief to limit ourselves?
So thank you. That's beautiful. And I think that's such an important, topic to discuss. So I actually am a near-death experience. I've had a near-death experience. So that was profound for me. That entirely changed the entire course of my life. So I may be a bit biased, but I will tell you that the soul is here to learn. The soul is here to grow, to experience. I always say this: we come in as spiritual beings having the human experience, but know that it is only an experience, that we have the ability to change, to step in and step out of at our own will as well. There are things that are set in stone. There are things that are not set in stone. That is the free will. And so the soul comes in to move within the flow, to be in the flow, to walk through. There are other people that will have their beliefs. Number one, I think that's a way for us to practice, boundaries. Remember who you are is one of the biggest lessons that I learned working with a Buddhist monk when I was only 14 years old. That was a huge moment for me. He was my mentor at that time at only 14. And he would always say, believe in yourself and remember who you are. And so as souls, we are to walk through the paths that are needed, perhaps maybe not wanted, but needed for the soul to grow and the soul to heal. And that's also bringing in karmic lessons as well, generational, from our ancestors. When people say, why do you do what you do? I say, I do this for my ancestors. Perhaps they were not given the knowledge or the wherewithal or the resources or the privilege and rights to even speak how you and I are speaking today. And so it is up to us in this generation to really, as spiritual beings, as souls who are now even more aware more than ever, to walk our path, but in a higher consciousness way, to really break free of those generational karmas and to learn and to just know that, again, it is an experience.
Wow. I love that. Thank you there. Renee?
No, I was just saying I love everything that she said. And I do agree that we are here to grow and to learn. And some of us are lucky enough to get all sorts of experiences to do that. And it's all a blessing. So everything is an opportunity to learn more, grow more, evolve more. So back to your question, Donna, I do think we often adopt other people's beliefs, and especially their beliefs about us. And then we think, I'm shy, I'm this, I'm that. And then when you walk away from that and you make a conscious effort to act the way that you want to be and to be who you really are, not who your family and friends thought you were. And I think a lot of it, I'm sure everybody knows that, our brains are developed most of the way by the time we're 6. So we probably don't remember it, and I don't remember a lot of my childhood. And I do think we are taking in things that we learned really early and other people's opinions that are currently hanging out with us. But I do know that you can change that. You can change everything. You are not stuck with your personality. As Joe Dispenza says, get over the habit of being you. I love that.
And Christina, what about for you?
So I love this question and what the other two ladies have shared so far. And for me, I will say that studying psychology, the more that I studied and the more that I looked at the statistics and the evidence of how much we are a product of certain patterns that we are susceptible to. So whether we, grow up in certain environments or we are from certain cultures, that can truly impact us and cause us to experience certain patterns or be more predisposition to it. And the more that we become aware of certain patterns that we may have inside of us or around us, the more that we can start to choose, which I think brings in that conversation of looking at how we are part, we're part biology, we're part human, what's inside of us, our neurons, how we are wired and how we're connected, but we're also part energy and part choice. And we have that inspiration to choose. And I love what Pertha was saying around this life is an opportunity to learn and to grow and to use every experience that we go through to improve ourselves or improve the lives around us.
I love that we're having this conversation. I think that we're going so many layers and levels and nuances deep into how our experiences, they shift and impact us. And I think you can hear it from the science aspect, but it's important to think about the spiritual. Carissa, what is something that you've learned on your journey that was maybe hard to grapple with as you were navigating your experiences, and what helped you shift and move out of that?
Oh, do you really want to know? That's a really, oh man, do you really want to know? Well, when I was so I'm an intuitive, I'm a high level empath, and I've had visions all my life. I had the near death experience when I was a baby, a child, very, very young child. And so I've never known different. So with that being said, at 19 years old, I was given a vision. And I mean, I've said this so many times in interviews and articles, but it still chokes me up to talk about it. So forgive me, but okay, I'm gonna have to take a second. So when I was 19, I was given a vision of my timeline of my life. And so what was shown to me was, remember how I said, there are some things that are set in stone. And then there are things that you obviously, it's free will, right? You have a choice. You always have a choice, but there are things that are meant to happen for each and every single one of us as souls from the other side when we do make that agreement, the soul contract. Now at 19, girl, I was, I was intuitive, right? But I was living my life, right? I wasn't doing what I do now, obviously. Girl, I was out, I was having a good time. I was living life to the fullest. And so when this came to me, there was no question. This was again a very profound vision. And I knew when God gives me those visions, they're not to be played with and they're not to be dismissed. And so what I saw was entire timeline of my entire life, showing me what I was going to go through, showing me the different energies that were going to come into play. And I'm meaning relationships, health wise, what was going to happen to me. Now, I didn't have like, whoa, on September 10th, this is blah, blah, blah going to happen. Now, sometimes, we can get to that later, but I was given an overview. So I just knew what to expect, right? And so with that, I saw a very, very bad health condition that was going to come into play. I also saw my healing. I also saw a huge transformation. I saw certain energies in terms of relationship come into play for me that were going to completely change the entire trajectory of my life. Now, mind you, I'm 19 years old and I'm being shown this vision. What? And this was back in 2000. So, right. So this was 24 years ago. And I'm writing a book on it. Right. So believe me, I remember that wasn't a vision that that was just a bad dream. No. And so what I saw was many, 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 many different things that were going to come into play. And you asked what was difficult, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this. It's difficult to know what is coming and not being able to change that. But it is not difficult when you are in charge of how you react. And so I had to really strengthen, number one, my faith with God, no matter, throughout life, but especially at that moment and throughout my entire timeline of what I can't give you all the details right now, right? But just know that it was, I got a lifetime full. Let's just put it that way. And so it was really, really, really difficult to grapple that I was going to be walking through these challenges and walking through these paths that were going to that were co-created for me, with me, by me, with God, and that was what was going to happen. Some of them were going to be miracles, and some of them were going to be quite the opposite. And believe me, I was 19, I'm 43 now. Believe me, every single one of those has come to fruition. Even when I tried knowingly, this feels like this is, familiar. Even when I tried to pivot, right? I couldn't. God is so powerful. But I will say, I also was in charge of how I was going to react, right? And so it's a balance. It's a mindset. It's a choice. There's a lot of faith. There's a lot of also understanding that nothing in this world, nothing is being done to you. It's being brought up to perhaps heal you and to grow you and to help nourish your soul so that perhaps it ends with you. That cycle, that trauma ends with you. That karma ends with you. And then you're able to just clear, heal, transform, grow, and then extend and pass the torch on to the next generation. So that for me is what was difficult, but not.
And there's a great truth with what you speak there, Parisa, because we all go through our life's challenges, and yet we can see things, especially on the intuitive side, like into our future, but then having to make the decision, do I do something to change it, or do I allow it for the soul's evolution and growth? And so one of the things I want to touch on, and Christina, this question is for you. As we go through all of our different life's challenges and our difficulties that we have, oftentimes with you, well, with all of us, we have our clients, and our clients also go through different challenges and difficulties. So I'm curious for you, what is the most common challenge that you see your clients facing, and then how do you guide them through it?
That is a wonderful question. And I have not thought about it in that way before, in terms of like, what is the most common challenge? I will say that I think one of the antidotes to many challenges is connection to ourselves, connection to, a higher power, connection to our truth. I think a lot of what holds people back is what I call the gap, and not the gap in like quantum physics sense, but the gap in terms of how much we are showing up in life. So I think the bigger the distance is of our true selves and how we're expressing into the world, the more disconnection can harbor within the soul and within the mind and body. And for me, I find that many clients come in with fragmentation of who they are, and maybe they're showing up with one version of themselves in some places, or maybe they've never felt safe. So a big part of working with clients is giving them a place where they can learn to trust themselves, learn to show up authentically, and repattern in that way, whether it be reconnecting and recreating from that space, or whether it be literally for the first time in their lives having that opportunity. And I find that through that connection to themselves, that starts to heal them. And so if I was to summarize it, I would say disconnection from self is probably one of the biggest issues that my clients face. Yeah.
I think you're onto something there, because oftentimes when I ask people similar questions, we have that connection to ourselves, to other people, and we don't know what drives that connection. And I think happiness is a huge key to it, because we're always asking that question, what makes me happy? What makes, what drives the world? And when you really sit down and look at it, it's having those connections with things as well. So thank you for your answer. Renee, I do want to know and hear from you here, knowing and hearing the different challenges people have had, what our clients tend to face. For you, developing self-awareness, it really impacts ourselves. So what advice can you give for people to stay motivated and inspired to create that connection and to overcome challenges?
So the thing that I practice and think is life-changing is to not have an opinion when something happens to you, because it may seem like a terrible thing, or it may seem like a great thing. But if you can learn just to stay kind of neutral and to watch it and keep a positive mindset, and not have a real strong opinion, you're going to have a better life, and your nervous system is going to calm down. I was in fight or flight the majority of my life, and it's hard to think. It's hard to make the best decisions when your body is going a million miles an hour. So not having an opinion really helps you find that calm place, that I don't have to react to this because I'm sure there's something good, and it seems bad, but there's a lesson here. So that's one of my biggest things. If we can just say it is, not it's good or it's bad, it just is. And yeah, that's my biggest thing. There was another part of the question.
How do you guide your clients through, or excuse me, inspiring and motivating your clients to stay with connection and overcome challenges?
So I tell them that what you focus on is life-changing. You are going to live your life through what you choose to see. And if you are focusing on the bad things, the negative things, I mean, they're real, but I don't give them a lot of airtime, whether it's personal, and I don't watch the news. If I have to get the news, I'll get it online in about 30 seconds, just the headlines. I'm with Mo Rock. I think we need more positive news, and I don't think, exposing yourself to negative news is a good thing. So I think your focus, if something terrible happens to you, just stop and think, what am I grateful for? What do I love? Whether it's the roses in your garden or your children, and then focus on that. And your body becomes calm. You have the ability to deal with life better. And your brain starts changing. I've literally felt my brain change when I've had on some of these headsets and these binaural beats and practicing the thoughts. It feels like a massage. It's great. Like neuroplasticity, my brain is actually changing. It's pretty cool.
Absolutely, yes. And the brain does change. And I see Lori McNeil has joined us in our conversation. So Lori, share with us what inspires you and a little bit more about you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me be a part of this show and a part of this important panel. So many things, the little things inspire me, to be honest. It's the little things. I'm an outdoors enthusiast, I guess, which tends to surprise people because usually people see me in, pink and fuchsia and 6-inch heels. And so they think that I don't get my hands dirty, so to speak. But I do. I love hiking. I love fishing. I love kayaking. I love all the outdoor stuff. So one of the things that inspires me is actually being outdoors and nature. And so that is something that has always just been a huge part of my life, all my life. And so I create my lifestyle around both kind of city and rural. So I'm bouncing between city and rural all the time. And I love it. And I love that balance. And I love, that's kind of how I get my peace, how I get my calm, but then also how I get my inspiration as well. So, and then I encourage, other people in that to find what works for you and don't be afraid to test new things. So whether you meditate, whether you pray, whether you go for walks, I go for multiple walks usually in a day, even if it's just for a few minutes because my schedule's crazy. But I'm a very active person. And so I like to try and encourage people to also find what works for them, to find their inspiration and to find their peace amongst all of the craziness, to maintain that balance between the negative and the positive energies. Just what can you control? What do you not have control over? There's always something that we have control over. So I'm an international business strategist, and I literally travel the world helping people get from wherever they are to where they need to be, and more importantly, where they were created to be. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you, Lori. You mentioned pink, and we are here at the Neuroscience Symposium, and I know that pink is your brand color, and it is the color that you wear all the time, and there are reasons behind that. As you think about branding, can you share a little bit with our audience kind of the science behind colors and branding and how you really incorporate that into the work that you do?
Absolutely. Great question, and very important question. And one of the things that I help people understand is that your logo should be the last thing that you create, not the first. And when you're creating a brand, whether it's a business brand or a personal brand, you really have to understand that there's so much more to it than what you initially probably realize in most cases until you've gone through the process. And I have people ask me all the time, oh, pink must be your favorite color. Actually, no, it's not my favorite color. But when I did that deeper dive and understood more clearly who I was, who I serve, and the problem that I solve, and how that reaches the overall client avatar that I'm trying to reach, that I know will resonate with me, I did a deeper dive into what that looked like, because it was about what resonated with me, the brand I wanted to build, but what's going to resonate with what's going to resonate with the people that I'm trying to reach, not just me showing up in my favorite color. And it sounds simplistic, but it's something that I talk about a lot, because in conversations that I have with people, I'm realizing that there's a big misunderstanding about what that looks like when it comes to typography and graphics and colors and all of the different visual identity pieces that go into building a brand, not to mention the messaging behind it and all the other nuances of building that brand. But there's a lot of psychology involved. I teach a lot about the psychology of marketing, the psychology of branding, because it's so important to understand not only how your own brain works and what resonates with you as a consumer, but to understand how then are your clients perceiving the way that you're showing up, whether you're showing up on social media, because social media is a stage, whether it's in a physical room somewhere, whether it's in a printed, material, whatever that is. But what are you actually putting out there that's resonating with the right people? Because a lot of people say, well, I've been working on my branding for years, but it's not actually, impacting as many people or converting or, getting the results that you want. And you literally have to do a deeper dive that goes beyond the understanding just that they're nice, pretty colors. So most of us have heard, or maybe are in the process of understanding, that when it comes to marketing and branding, it's largely about the emotion. You're trying to get to that emotional connection. People want to do business and work with people that they like, know, and trust. But in order to get to that, you have to be consistent with everything that you do in your branding. And that includes the colors that you use that actually get to that emotional connection that you're trying to get to with your client. So as a consumer, so the best way to think about this is, as a consumer, think about the brands that you gravitate to and the reasons that you gravitate to those brands. Is it that they donate so much money to? Is it that there's certain colors that resonate with you and you're just kind of drawn to that, but you're not even sure why? So even on a subconscious level, we are drawn to certain logos, certain messaging, certain things, even if we don't fully understand what that brand is about. So we need to understand that people are also doing that same thing to us. So my true branding identity markers actually are a little bit of fuchsia and a little bit of magenta. And so I do everything in two-tone because my ideal client avatar happens to be both male and female. So everything that I do, I'm paying attention to what would be masculine lines, what would be feminine lines, in order to really create the overall energy on a subconscious level that I'm after, which is one of the reasons why everything I do kind of has that two-tone that speaks to both the masculine and the feminine. So when you understand how the psychology works behind everything that you're speaking and everything that you're visually putting out there, then you better understand what is going to actually reach the intended audience that you are after. I talk to people all the time that say, well, I work with really great people, but it's not really the people that I want, that I really am trying to work with. Or people think that I am a women's empowerment coach, but I'm really not. There's all these different factors that go into that. And sometimes it's messaging and sometimes it's marketing and branding. But when you do a deeper dive into actually understanding the psychology behind all of it, it is a huge, huge game changer. So I happen to wear my brand colors. But one of the questions I get asked all the time is, do you have to actually have a certain color that you wear in order to have a strong brand? No, you don't. But you do have to have consistency in how you're building your brand. And that's where it makes a huge difference, because the consistency is what leads people to trust you. And so when we have to have that know and trust factor, everything within the branding essence of what you do has to maintain that overall consistency. And you have to understand the psychology behind the consistency that your client avatar is actually going to resonate with and learn from and want. For some people,
I love that, Lori. And I love that you took the conversation in that direction, because earlier we were talking about life experiences, mindset, and spirituality. And you were talking about, like, to understand how your brand is resonating in the outside world, you have to take a deeper dive and look within. And I think, we were thinking about it from like more of the lived life experience perspective, but I love that you helped us kind of make a connection there with how that looks like and how we show up in our businesses. Because the same way that we operate in our own lives, our businesses have a consciousness and people pick up on those cues. So if we're navigating through something Dagmar was talking about earlier and Suzette, when we're going through a life experience, the experiences that we've had, if we haven't cleared that out of our system, we're actually bringing that, into our space. So I kind of love the place that conversation went, because it kind of shows the interconnectivity there. Lori, Christina, Renee, Parisa, it was such a pleasure having you on with us today as part of the Neuro Symposium. We're going to ask our next guest to join us in just a moment, but appreciate your time and all of the insights that you shared with our audience here today. Donna, I know that you've been tuning in. I made a leap there with Lori talking about her brand and branding and brand consciousness, but people consciousness. And I think there's something to be said there. I'm not sure what it is just yet, but around the idea of this whole business consciousness concept, and people are picking up on the subtle cues that energetically your business is giving out there, even if, right now it's around your logo and how they engage with you. So that's a conversation I definitely want to have on another day.
Well, and I was going to say, you're absolutely right. And a lot of that's because, yes, consciously we see the color, but there is such a subconscious or deeper level message that you are communicating across by those particular brand colors. So I appreciate Lori's insight on all of that.
Yeah, that was great. I'm delighted to bring up our next guest, Kenyelle Ash. She's the CEO and founder of Millions in Progress, a big advocate of vision boarding and really creating the life that you want. I'm also going to bring up Dr. Michelle Odette to join us in this conversation. Kenyelle, I'd love for you to introduce yourself sooner, and then we're going to hand it over to Dr. Michelle Odette to further introduce her work and what inspires her. Kenyelle, with you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Alicia, for that introduction and for having me. And hello, Donna. How are you? All right. For those that do not know me, I am Kenyelle Ash, the founder and CEO of Millions in Progress. And with Millions in Progress, our goal is to help over 1 million women achieve their goals and their dreams directly and indirectly. One of the direct ways that we do that is through the flagship product, the Couture Vision Board Kit, which comes with which is the all-in-one vision board kit. I also help individuals bring their ideas to life. So give their ideas and identity. I'm really about vision and bringing those visions to fruition.
Oh, I love that. I love that there. And Dr. Michelle, let's have you introduce yourself.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am so grateful to be here today. I am Dr. Michelle Odette Green. I am an award-winning author. I am a speaker, coach, and trainer, and I am so excited to announce that I did contribute to the Moral Compass, which is now a bestseller. Yes, yes, yes. Also, I just love to help people be happy, healthy, and productive. That mission came about for me back in the 90s, and I've stuck with it. And initially, happiness, I was like, well, people say happiness is very fleeting. And I always felt like, no, it doesn't have to be fleeting. And so now with all of the happiness work, the happiness project, so much on happiness, I'm so glad that I stuck with that purpose and mission for my life. And so I just love to help people again be happy, healthy, and productive. And I also want to add, when I say I'm a trainer, I'm actually a brain health trainer. So being on this summit, the Neuroscience Summit, is just right in my lane. It is my jam. And I've been listening to all the other speakers. And listen, they have stole so much of what I wanted to talk about. So I just have to reinforce what they've said. So thank you.
I love that. And while I have you here, Dr. Michelle, there's been a lot of talk around happiness and what really drives us to be happy. And I look at some of the new books that are coming out, and they all have the word happiness in the title. So there's got to be this movement coming on with people really looking at what brings us happiness. So from your area of expertise, how do you look at happiness? What really brings us happiness? And how do you share that with others? Rewiring the brain to allow more happiness in our lives.
I am glad you asked that question. So happiness is subjective. So what makes me happy will possibly not make another person happy. But here's the thing about that, is that so many people they say they will be happy when they get the great job, when they get the house, when they get the car. And so they're waiting to be happy. And I say you don't have to wait to be happy. You want to be happy in the process of gaining the skills necessary to get that great job, etc. And so for me, happiness means that you're happy from the inside out, and it doesn't depend on outside circumstances. We all have a happiness set point, and we've been born with the happiness set point. You heard Jim Quick talk about the thermostat versus the thermometer. So we do have a happiness set point, and I want to break that down just a little bit more as far as how the numbers break out, the percentages. So for genetically, it's said that our happiness set point is determined 50% of it is determined by our genetics. 10% is determined by outward circumstances, and 40% is determined by your habits, by your thoughts, by your behavior. And so with epigenetics, as we know, that means that we have the ability to influence our genetics. And so if we have the ability to influence our genetics, then that means that we can increase our happiness set point up to 90%. We have the ability to change that, because the reality is it doesn't matter what happens in your life. You can win the lottery, and if your happiness set point is low, within a year, most times people return back to that happiness set point. You can have a death in your family of a loved one, but again, within a year, you will go back to that happiness set point, if you will. And so if you find yourself where your happiness set point is low, there are things that you can do to increase that happiness set point. And that's through learning how to manage your neurochemicals in the brain. You've heard about the neurochemicals all day long, about oxytocin, serotonin, dopamine, endorphins. We heard about that. We heard about that yesterday. And also, I need to mention that Joseph McClendon III is actually my mentor. I am a founding member of the Neuro Encoding Institute. And so a lot of the tools and the techniques, I use that and they work. And so I want to turn it back over to you, because I know that I've said a lot and there's still a lot to unpack there, but I want to make sure that I'm answering your questions. So I want to turn it back over to you, and then we can unpack what I said more if you desire.
Well, I love that. I love that there. And I think you're onto something as well. I want to bring Kanel back into this conversation, because you do a lot with visions and vision boards and looking into the future and bringing that into the present moment. How important is it for people to actually visualize their own happiness for their brain encoding?
It's very important. One thing that I love is that with learning the neural encoding, right, and the brain health, the health of our brain, how it intertwines with vision boards and visualizing. So years ago, when we would motivate ourselves or we do our vision boards, we didn't realize that it was science behind it, right? That it's so much science, and it's not just woo-woo information. So when I learned that it was science backed, and that when it comes to changing our mind and when it comes to neuroplasticity, that it was actually science backed, it really changed a lot for me. So when it comes to neuroscience, I'm still learning more in regards to how we're able to rewire our brain. I know that we're able to rewire our brain, but what's the science behind it? So more into the science, we know about the subconscious mind, the power of our subconscious mind, and being in alignment. It is not just woo-woo information. It is true. And if you apply it, when it comes to magnetic energy, you will start to attract what you wish to become for yourself. You attract the people, the places, the circumstances. So I have a framework, a vision framework. And the vision framework is vivid. The V stands for vividly, the I stands for imagine, the S stands for seeing yourself, the I stands for in possession of. in possession, the O stands for your future self, and then the N stands for now. So vividly imagine seeing yourself in possession of your future self now. Why? It's because your subconscious mind does not know the difference. And we've all heard the term, well, maybe not all. If you haven't heard the term, and if this is new, everything in life happens twice, once in the mind and once again in the physical. So it's very important that we visualize the things that we want for ourselves and know that if it can happen for others, it can also happen for you. We have the power to change. And again, it's not just a motivational thing. It's not, we talk about regurgitated information, or those who are writing books in the field of self-help and professional development, that, oh, I've heard it before. But what do we say about repetition, right? Repetition also helps with implanting it in our subconscious mind. So it's a great thing that you're hearing it again, so that you could become consistent in that area and you could begin attracting those things to you. And again, it goes back to neuroscience. Neuroscience, we're training our mind, we're rewiring our brain, we are building new brain muscles within our brain. We are building our brain muscle to be able to be, do, and have the things that we desire to have in life.
You're absolutely right. Our brain is a muscle. It's reprogrammable. We're training our brain consistently. So from both of you, Dr. Michelle, let's start with you first. How, when we speak the words that we speak, how important is it really to speak in positive terms versus like a negative term and affirm what we want versus what we don't want? Does that help? And because I always find myself slipping up and it's like, well, wait a minute here. I got to rephrase that. So how important is that to really affirm where you want to be?
It is so important. First, I want to say that your brain is always listening. Your brain is always listening, and it will search for the answers. So it's so important that you speak positivity over your life, because the words, not just the words, but the thoughts as well. The words you speak and the thoughts you think, they create neurochemicals within your body. When you think of fear-based things, you're producing cortisol in the body. When you think of happy things, you're producing serotonin, dopamine, oxytocin, endorphins. When you think of something sad, when you start crying, why would you cry? That's because you're producing the chemical associated with those words and with those thoughts. And so I know that we are up against time, but I want to make sure that I point out a couple of things, because some things that women, we get triggered more than men. And what we need is more oxytocin. And so oxytocin is that connection. That's that love hormone. And if you can't get it from somebody else, you can give it to yourself through a method called havening. And havening is just stroking your arms, stroking down your arms. And it's actually relaxing you. It's actually activating that parasympathetic nervous system that you heard so much about today. And so when you find yourself talking negative or speaking negative, one thing that you can do to create new neural pathways in the brain is that you stop yourself. Joseph McClendon III yesterday talked about the stop technique. You want to train yourself to not talk negative. So when you do the training first, when it comes upon you, you automatically go into your default system where you change that, and you can change it with a minimum of a 3-to-1 ratio. And when you do that, you actually create new neural pathways in your brain. You know, Jim Quick talked about paying attention to things, and what you appreciate appreciates. And I'm pointing at my brain like he talked about pointing at his brain, so you can pay attention to your brain. Because when your brain works right, your whole life works right. When your brain is troubled, your life is troubled. And so the words that you speak and the thoughts that you think, they will direct your life. And so I'm going to turn it back over to you, Donna.
Yes, thank you here. And Michael's joining us. Kenyelle, can we just get your closing thoughts in 45 seconds or less, please?
Absolutely. I would just like to say we know more than we think that we know. We could do more than we think that we could do, and we are smarter than we think. So all we have to do is continue to tap inside and look inside, and just know that when you are faced with a problem, think about your brain and how your brain continues to build. So it's ask your brain, ask yourself, what do I need to know, or what do I need to do in this moment? And watch how your brain will go start searching for the answers. It'll start going to search for those answers. So just know that, again, you are smarter than you think, and continue to build your brain and build that muscle, and have a big vision. Have a big vision. Visualize.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both. Michael?
Thank you.
May I add one more thing? I know we're up against time, but I think
we are really up against time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, we'll have you back. We know you two. You two are amazing. Thank you so much for what you do. And it's a blessing. It's a blessing. There we go. All right, Donna, thank you so much. Alicia, thank you so much. We're going to rock and roll to the next. What a day it's been. I want to thank everybody for being here, and I'm going to bring up our next guest. And thank you. You know, really, Dr. Michelle and Cannell, it's creating peace, and it's creating harmony around the world, and it's creating so people understand what they do, and you guys are just the best at what you do. So with that being said, I'd love to bring up all the way beaming in from Japan. We've had quite the day. Motoko, I'm going to bring you up to stage. Motoko Omada, everybody give her a thunderous round of applause. How are you today?
Hello, I'm good. And thank you for inviting me here.
You know, for myself and our CEO, Mo Rock, we're so excited to have you on today. It's been, Motoko, it's been the kind of day where we started with Jim Quick, and just the information he gave us, and the mindset and the brains. And then we had Dr. Rebecca on, who was the chairman of neuroscience for John Hopkins, and now speaks exclusively for World Bank and UNICEF. And we had so many great speakers that really talked about the mindset and how we look at things. So, and part of what I love about your story is you've created this company that is many years old, right?
Yes.
You know, we don't say old because it makes us older every day, but it's, you know, your mindset was just, you were going to break the mold. You were going to do things right in a different way. Can you talk a little bit about your company and sort of their mission, and how mindset plays into that?
Yep. Okay. My name is Motoko Imada, and I'm the COO of TNL Mediagene. This is the online media company, and the one of the largest online media in Japan, and also in East Asia. And I founded this company 26 years ago, and before that I was in the industry, in publishing industry, and I brought Wired to Japan in 1994, and that was the first year that internet has connected commercially. So I realized that all the information will be in digital at that time. So I founded this company in 1998. And now we have 15 media brand in Japan and 7 media brand in Taiwan, because we merged with a Taiwanese company called TNL, and we are publishing 22 media brand in East Asia. Yes.
Wow. You know, the great thing about that is, and I always have to ask this question too, because of everything that you've done, and you continue to have this vision, because part of your vision is change in the world.
Yeah.
Part of your vision is really for the of healing and peace, and to make a difference. And our audiences love to know. It's a very American thing, but we can't say that because we just took a look at this show today. I used to always say we go to 23 countries, and my team said, "Oh no, we are way past that." But they really want to know what keeps you going every day. What's your vision?
Well, I really want to change the world in a good way by media. The reason why I started media business is when I was 15 years old, I was in Kyoto. It's far from Tokyo. And I feel that I'm strange in that in Kyoto, and I didn't have a good friend who understand about me, but I met the magazine and I found that there are so many people similar to me thinking about the same thing. And that magazine changed my life. So I want to do the media which can change somebody's life. That is my intention.
Right. You know, it's part of, I think it's part of why
Mhm.
when when you and I first communicated, we had that
Mhm.
first meeting. It hasn't been that long. Um, we started to sort of speak that same language.
Mhm.
It's like there
Mhm.
was something in our past that realized they helped us, or there was something that really helped us, and we wanted to bring that out,
Mm.
and how we do that every day. You
Mhm.
know, because we've talked neuroscience and we've talked media and branding,
Mhm.
and within that there's a lot of thought processes,
Mhm.
how we think, how we move forward. Um, how do you think that's changing today in media? Because, we talk
Mhm.
long form, short form,
Mhm.
the attention span.
Mhm.
What differences do you see now in media from your perspective, and where is it
Well,
going?
oh, okay. The printing era, you cannot publishing anything without, checking and consideration. But now everybody can publish anything, right? So it's really difficult to find the true thing, especially in internet.
Right.
So it's very important as a publisher to publish authentic things, to find out what is the right things to publish or not, right? To get the trust as a brand. That is very important, I think. So yeah.
I do too. I think there's a
Mm,
move. I think there's a, and there's a community feel.
mm,
I think that's a really big, we take a look at Facebook, take a look at the things it's all about community.
mm,
And so everything that we do is really based on our worldwide community,
mm,
and I think you're doing the same. And I think that's that relationship that it's a bigger picture. It's
mm,
really making a difference, you know. And sometimes there's even within what we do, it's how do we even get up every day, right? That we have the vision, we have the mission, but what are those things that we do every day? And we have a lot of people in media who watch our shows, obviously,
mm, mm.
um, and the one thing, I always say is just one thing you do every day for somebody else, you know,
Yeah.
because
Mm,
your day gets busy, correct? You have
mm.
a very busy day, probably every day, you know.
Nowadays, yes.
Nowadays, yeah, I know,
Yeah.
I know. Isn't that funny how it transitions?
Mhm.
Especially because I had told you one of my business partners had been Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years, and we were a little bit on that. Not it never slow down.
Mm.
And then this world vision of the Tribune and everyone, I thought, This is it. This is where we need to be," and it changed really quickly.
Yes.
Um, but so if you look at media and again the thought process, a lot of people quit. People just quit all the time. And so part of that question is, of course, I had asked what keeps you going. At the same time, what do you do to take care of yourself? It's our audience always asks that, so I'm asking ahead of time.
Okay, I really love media business.
Mm,
So I'm doing this not for the money,
mhm.
not for, something that I got something, but just I really want to make something change by media. That's all.
Yeah.
So that makes me, continue doing this. And
Yeah.
also, sometimes, of course, I lose my motivate in my life, for a
Mhm.
long, long life. But I need maintain my, feeling.
Yeah.
If it's something happens, something harsh happens in the work, but I try to be myself, even if anything happens, And especially in the weekend, I pretend like I'm an artist, not a business person. You know,
Right. Yeah.
the way of thinking is totally different as an artist or as a business person for me. So I do read books and watch movie, dance, sing.
Mm.
That kind of thing make me, myself.
Right.
Mm.
But that's the important part,
Mhm.
because I think, you and I happen to love what we do. So we're very
Mhm.
blessed by that.
Mhm.
We happen to love what we do. But what you're saying, and I want everybody to hear this, is it's we always talk about this work-life balance. If you find the thing you love that you do, that's not so much a concern, but who is it that you are? And so you're doing the things also that you love on the weekends. You're singing, you're dancing, you're in, and so you're incorporating your physical, your body, right? Your kinesthetic, as we
Mhm.
call it.
Mhm.
And you're incorporating your mind, and you're doing the things that you love to do, which keeps us, I think, sharper at what we do.
Yeah,
Right.
that's true. Yes, true.
Right. So, and I think that's because, just like I know, there are times on weekends that things come up, or we have
Mhm.
our virtuals on the weekend. So, in a way, to me, there's no more week or weekend, but it's okay. So it's Tuesday and it's a light day. I'm going to make sure I take the walk today. I'm going to make sure I spend maybe some family time. I'm going to make sure that I read. Now, when it comes to reading books, this always comes up. Are there any books that have inspired you over the last 20 years?
Oh yes, the book called "Producing the Idea."
Producing
You
the
know
Uh-huh.
that's a small book, but I always have to produce the idea to run my business, right?
Mhm.
To do that, you just get all the information for you, and you think about that, and then you take a rest, forget about that, and then the idea comes down.
Mhm. Mhm.
And yeah, I always try to do that.
That's great. So there's one simple book, and that's, by the way, we're getting a ton of comments, and we're
Mhm.
flashing some of them on the screen. And I can
Mhm.
tell you right now, a lot of those comments actually right now are coming in from, because we saw where people are from earlier, but it's there's a whole group in the Philippines listening to this right now.
Oh, that's
Yeah, and a whole
great.
group actually in Africa. And the great thing is you're actually talking to some in business and some in their villages. So this is where we do that. And so everybody, Motoko just gave you a very simple way to look at things, and to really, wherever you are, take a moment. Sometimes you have to stop for a moment, right, Motoko? We charge, right? And Americans are always known for this, right? We go, 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 go. But sometimes you have to take a moment and take a breath. Dr. Rebecca talked about this. She teaches CEOs around the world and presidents how to breathe, how to even yawn to increase the oxygenation,
Mm.
and how important that is.
Yeah,
And
that's very important. Yes,
right,
agree. Yeah.
do we forget to do that? Right? And we're really, at the Tribune, I want everybody to know we're really, we're excited by this partnership, because a partnership to us means more than it means we're going to change the planet together. It
Mm.
means we're going to help each other's mission and do whatever it takes for the other one. I want everybody to know that in business, don't be the shark. Don't be the one who tries to take everybody else out. Really partner and help them as much as you would help your family member. Be there for them. And in business, they'll always be there for you. That's that piece that, we're taught a lot of this: get ahead, knock everybody else out of the way. And what if you just did that differently? And you and I think, and Mo Rock, we've done that differently,
Yeah.
which means we have great partnerships that
Mhm.
last a long
Mhm.
time. So thank you for the book. That's great. And really, from a visual standpoint, we use virtuals for connection, because we know people have cell phones all around the world. So thank you for being on this, because so many people are watching this. Um,
Thank you.
it's so.
Mm.
What is something for you, as you do your daily work skip, and this gets, I'm just asking because I know people, we're going to get a ton of questions on
Mhm.
this after you're gone. It always
Mhm.
happens. But you are the president of the company.
Mhm.
You are, but and for the perception of the president of the company, there's a lot of things you have to do. But do you trust the people around you? How do you delegate? That's question comes up all the time. People don't understand about delegation, and then they work themselves to the bone and they have no life.
Yeah, I believe, I mean, I enjoy working with the people, and I trust them. And if I trust them, they trust me. I believe like that. And I try to smile every day.
Yeah.
That changed the world.
Yeah. Actually, it does though, right? It does, because we know it creates all the serotonin. We could go into all the neuroreceptors
Mm.
and do all of
Mm.
that. And it really does. And it makes a difference, because then they also don't have to sort of guess what's going on, and in delegation means I actually really care for you, right? I care, and I trust you to do this.
Mm.
And the other thing when we talk about delegation and really within the workplace is, at the same time, I do have an expectation that you'll get it done. If you can't, you'll come to me and we'll discuss what needs to be done, and then we go back and move forward. And I think that's really an important piece, because we've, like we've had big teams. We had teams, we had events sometimes going off in 12 different countries on the same day. And you had to trust the teams because you couldn't be at every place, and that makes a difference. What would you want our audience to know really, about your company? We talked a little bit about where you're going and what you want to do, but if they were to get to know your company even more, can you tell me a little bit of the foundation of how it started? You talked a little bit about wired into your company, but
Mhm.
why did you create this company? And we know to change, but what was that other picture that you created?
Yeah. The reason was I really want to do media and
Yeah.
to change the world with that.
Yeah.
That was the first, my intention to do this.
Yeah.
And I think I didn't think I can work for the big company. And I really want to create the culture of the company by myself.
Yeah.
And to make people feel safe to work, enjoy to work, and that kind of workplace, is what I wished. So, yeah.
Perfect. That's what I that's what I thought. Those of us, actually, it's really interesting. The word entrepreneur. There's been studies in the U.S. It's the word used way too much. Everybody's an entrepreneur, but for those of us who are a little more independent or like that part, I think what you said is really great. We want to create a place. We want to create that community. We want to create that ability for people to be there. And I love that you did that, because you're changing the world. I mean, you're really changing the world, and you're making a difference. And if you had never started that, all those people wouldn't have to be able to work with you to see that they can make a difference.
Mm.
And I think
Yeah.
that's a really big piece. And let's talk just a little bit about technology. Not that
Yes.
you like technology, because I know you love
Yes, I love
I know
technology.
you do.
Yes.
So because when we talk about neuroscience, and we've had
Mhm.
AI conferences,
Mhm.
and we'll talk more about that. Where do you see in media, but just in the world, where do you see AI taking us? Because people still fear it. People fear that it's going to take their lives away and going to change everything. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think we can use AI, which is a very good thing. And also, it's become relevant that media people, what media people has to do, we have to create something truly enjoyable, or something very important as a human, right? For example, interviewing somebody is done only by human, I think. And the planning, which nobody has ever seen, should be created by human. So we can focus on that part, not just writing, things or just, editing things, but more focus on planning or, seeing people, listening to people. That is only done by human, which is very important, I think. Yes.
Yeah, I do too. I think that's a great point, because there is this rush, right? Everybody wants to have an avatar. Everybody, well, I can do it in 10 different languages, and I understand all of that, but it's still what got you to that part in your business was the human side. What got you into the decision making, and there's also, we have to take a look at, if everybody's avatar, right? And everybody does 20 creations of what they're doing, there is eventually the point that just the bandwidth, we're going to run into those issues again. It's happened over and over and over. In the US, really, I mean, because we went like high speed internet, unlimited really early, and then it got slower and it got slower, right? Because it wasn't able to handle what was going on. And I think we're going to sort of move that way again, because again, there is limitations. There are those things within the carrier systems. But I think you made a great point. There is still that human side, and there always will be that human side. And I think that's not going to change. And I don't think it should, and the other thing around, AI, we are using technology right now. So your world and my world would be very different without this. Just 20 years ago, it was very different. I remember the Skype calls to Australia that always dropped, right?
That's
Things
true.
like,
Yes,
right?
that's true. Yes.
Right. We talk to our teams and we get half their words and we'd figure out what they're saying. But we're able to bring a bigger message out quicker. So can you talk a little bit about that? We talk about global responsibility and media's responsibility to the correct message. Can you talk a little bit how you feel about that? Bringing the right message out.
Yes. You get many information every day, but you have to choose which is right and which is wrong. And media people has the responsibility to try to be true, try to be authentic.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And I think there's a responsibility too, as media companies, that sometimes there's been, and this is a little what we call a soapbox, but there's a little bit. I think part of the responsibility is, I told somebody once, remember Walter Cronkite? He reported the news, no opinions, nothing else. And I think we have to be careful when we really get out there and say, this is an opinion, or this is just directly the news. People can discriminate and understand, but I think there's a lot of opinion going on. And I think sometimes it's getting back to, because my opinion won't make as much sense to somebody who's literally listening to this conversation while walking to the well to get water. They want to know, and they'll learn what they want to learn, but also, where do we give people just the ability to say, this is just what's going on. Now let's talk about it. So here's what's going on, and now let's have the conversation, instead of let's put all our spin on it and then we'll sort of tell you what's, I think there's a big move in media. I'm hoping towards here's what it is. Now let's be able to discuss anything. And I think that is exciting. And I think technology has a lot to do with what we can do that way.
Yeah.
And I'm excited by the changes going on and all the new technology that's even still coming through. And we know NVIDIA, you look at this little chip company, NVIDIA, right? Which to me was the little chip that ran people's games, and look at it now. But they also realized, wait a minute, things are going, and that was humans making that decision. It was a good decision too. Unlike the decision by, other companies when they said Betamax is a great thing, let's everything be beta. That was not a good decision. There's those decisions we make. It's been a blessing to have you on. I want everybody to know that this is a long-term relationship you're looking at. I want everybody to know is that Motoko Amada is changing the planet and is here to make a difference. And we're going to, you're going to see a lot more of us working together, because everybody knows the Tribune, we're since 1886. We only do things long term. And we really are here to make a difference. And I think that's the beautiful part of everything we do. Any last thoughts before I let you go? And oh, by the way, this is for our audience, you're going to see some press releases coming out of things that we're going to be doing together, and you're going to see some trips we're taking, and we'll be filming that. It'll be fun. We're going to make it fun, interactive, but we promise we will answer your questions, and we promise that we will be there as a community for you at all times. And that's the great thing about what we do. So any last thoughts before I let you go?
Well, yeah, I think we would like to make the world better.
Yes.
Let's do that.
Yes. I love that. You're right. Let's just keep it simple. Let's just make the world better. That's what it's about. It's the next generations we're leaving, and we go from there. So Motoko Amada, thank you from TNL Medellin. Thank you so much for being on here and spending your time. I'm sure you have at least one more thing to do today. I know your day's just started.
Yes.
So, yes. For myself and Mr. Mo Rock, our CEO, it's been a blessing. You just have a blessed day, and I know I'm talking to you next week, and we'll continue to build relationships, because everybody out there, relationships are important, and treat your relationships really well. Honor them, respect them, and because we know very much, we work with people that we know, like, and trust. We gravitate towards that. So again, for myself and the Los Angeles Tribune and our whole team, Motoko, have a blessed day, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Motoko. I just got to say that it's been a blessing. That I've worked with a lot of people in my life, and I know Mr. Mo Rock has too. And my business partner was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years. They did 82 countries together, and they saw 3 million students. And when I told her about Motoko and what she's created and what she brought forward, Mary said to me, and Mary's my mentor. Mary said, that's the person you want to continue working with for as long as that relationship goes, because those are the people in the world that are going to change the planet. So I'm so honored that Motoko spent her time with us, and I'm so honored that we could bring this day to all of you, which is not over yet. We have so much more. We have a lot of information coming at you and to you and with you, and it's just great. The other thing I want to let everybody know, I've got just oh, look at that, it's time, I better roll. So I just want everybody to know we've got great speakers still. We've got Les Brown coming up, and tomorrow we have a big day with just amazing information. We look forward to all of you on there. But now I'm going to turn it over. You know what they say by turning it over? I'm going to turn it over to Miss Karen Hall. She is one of our lead trainers at the Tribune. She is just amazing at what she does. I'm looking at the schedule to make sure I got this right. Karen, go ahead and bring there you go. How are you, Karen?
I'm doing great. My goodness, it's like a feast, learning from all of these amazing neuroscience specialists. It's just incredible.
Yeah, it really is. It's been just so. I am now going to turn it over to you. Have an amazing just time and session. Let's keep changing the planet and make a difference every single day.
All right. Thank you, Michael. Yes, we are. We are changing the planet. And our next guest is Dr. Olivia Lessler. And we are so grateful that she could be with us today. I met some colleagues of her, Marcus Bell and Elizabeth Angel Westerland, and they were just bragging about her. And we were talking about how much we loved emotional intelligence. And they said, oh, you have got to meet Dr. Olivia. And so, Dr. Olivia, thank you so much for being with us today. I'll just give a brief introduction about Dr. Olivia. She is an Australian psychoneuroimmunologist. She is the medical director of functional and longevity medicine at the Brain Center in Sydney. She's also the trustee of the British College of Functional Medicine, and she lectures at Oxford, in Singapore, and Berkeley, UCLA, across the world. And so we are so lucky that she could make time to be with us today. Dr. Olivia, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Karen. Thank you for having me.
Well, if you could break this down just a little bit for those of us who are trying to figure out what a psychoneuroimmunologist is,
Yes.
could you? I get them. I think that some people might recognize the mind-body connection and wellness, but could you describe it a little bit for us?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so psychoneuroimmunology is actually that intersection point between psychology, behavior sciences, the nervous system, immunology, and endocrinology or hormones. Now, I don't think that it's a surprise that everything is related to everything. And essentially, psychoneuroimmunology, or PNI for short, is the hard science behind the soft science of mind-body medicine. So for many, many years, decades even, I think that the world of mind-body medicine was seen to be quite, the realm of counselors or psychologists, and doctors didn't really want to have a bar of it because, we didn't have the assays, the biochemical markers, but we do now. We have hard science as to why everything is connected to everything and how important and central psychological and emotional health is to all disease processes.
And that's so fascinating because one of our earlier speakers, Dr. Rebecca Granger Ellis, she was talking about how all of these things are so connected within the brain. And Jim Quick was talking about very similar things about how, how we think affects so many parts of our life. So I'm curious about, why are you passionate about neuroscience?
Well, okay. So I'm actually a physician. I see patients clinically. I am not a psychologist or a psychiatrist. But what I did see in clinic that interested me was how different patients responded to treatments or to disease prognoses, and their mindset, their emotional support system, those sort of more softer, right, inverted commas, sciences, what a difference that could make. And they were surprising me. So I became interested in it and I wanted to know more. And of course, when you start asking questions, you start opening doors, and then you can't unsee what you do see, right? And so I'll give you one example. I am like a consultant to a immunologist allergist in Australia. And he referred two women roughly about the same time to me. And they both had food sensitivities. And one of them was very happy to change her diet, everything organic, everything, unprocessed, that kind of stuff. And the other patient wasn't so willing to do such a thing. And that's fine. I said, look, could you maybe focus on how you ate? So eating slowly, eating with gratitude, being more in a parasympathetic state, right? And that patient did better than the patient who was, counting every calorie, counting all the macros, making sure everything was gluten-free, dairy-free, nut-free, just the anxiety that went around her food and her eating was actually a detriment compared to the patient who still ate a non-ideal diet, but did so with a softer heart. So that really set me on this PNI path.
That's really fascinating because I can see how that, as a dietitian myself, I can see, the anxiety that would go into that. And so, what area of neuroscience do you apply in your life? Can you give us an example of something where you have applied a part of neuroscience and a story about you with neuroscience?
Okay, so me. I recognized a long time ago that there is definitely something to be said about it's called an evolutionary legacy of the inflammatory bias. In other words, if your system believes, real or perceived, believes that there is a threat, right? And that threat can be initiated by losing your car keys and having that adrenaline or epinephrine surge, or you have a fight with your partner, or you misplace something. It could be a whole range of things, from something quite benign to something a little bit less benign. But the one thing that our immune systems, neuroimmune systems, have at its disposal is inflammation. So it'll turn on inflammation in that, okay, just in case scenario that there is a saber-toothed tiger, let's just say, right? And my entire life I had been unwell, asthma, hay fever, and then it was polycystic ovaries, and it was recurrent urinary tract infections, blah, 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 blah. And one thing was led to another, and I was the average person that was collecting diagnoses like Pokemon cards.
Oh.
And then one day, by accident, I found myself in a loving relationship. I had a schedule, I had rituals to certain things, and I was eating good food. And anyway, almost overnight, but it was about 3 or 4 months, I realized that I had none of my diagnoses anymore because I had let go. I'd leaned in, and I'd stopped being anxious and nervous and overthinking things. Now, this is, of course, not broad strokes for all patients, but in my case, there is definitely something to be said about taming that monkey mind. And when you do tame that monkey mind, part of it also is that your inflammatory markers or inflammation does go down, and the knock-on effects to your disease processes, to those inflammatory processes, actually makes a huge difference. And for me, it was life-changing. So that is what I talk to my patients about as well.
Wow, that's really amazing. And so when you talk about this monkey mind and how we think of one thing and it loops to another thing, and we just kind of get going in our brain, and it causes us so much stress. I think so many people are dealing with the what ifs. What if this happens? What if that happens? We have so many worries in this day and age. And so if I was your client and I came to you and I said, how can I calm my nervous system? What are some of your tools that you use and I know everybody's different, but what are some of the tools that you use and that you think are the most effective for somebody like me that might be very, very stressed about things? Maybe I even have trauma, I'm having trauma responses.
100%. I think the first thing that I like to talk to patients about is reframing all their symptoms and seeing that actually it's their body trying to protect them. So when you go through depression or anxiety, depressive symptoms, anxiety symptoms, when lights become too bright, sounds become too loud, not wanting to deal with people, extreme fatigue, wanting to go into the safety of your room and just hide under the covers, that's all behaviors that are meant to essentially drive you into a cave, right? Inverted commas, the cave, because the cave is the safest place for you, whilst your neuroimmune system is looking for whatever threat it is that has brought up the cortisol and the epinephrine, right?
Right.
So if you reframe it and you realize, oh, wow, my body is actually trying to protect me. Okay, what is my body trying to tell me, and how might I best self-soothe myself? Right. That's the first thing. Second is understanding that we can, generally speaking, only heal when we are present in the right now, because either you're running from a saber-toothed tiger or you're hiding from a saber-toothed tiger. Either way, if you are stuck in the past in your brain, so that's your regret, that's your shame, and that's your guilt, you're not here, you're not now. If you're in the future with worry and fears, you're in the future, you're not here, you're not now. So we have to try and be here, now, and present. Okay, so how do we do that? There are lots of different mechanisms. There are lots of different techniques, as you probably know more about them than I do. But the really simple stuff, the breath work, the gratitude, the journaling, the observing the things around you, the trying to see 5 things that you can see, and the smells and the touch, they seem so simple, but I think we have overcomplicated complex conditions, because complex is not the same as complicated, right? And so we need to sort of pare back to some basics. In other words, good sleep, good sun exposure, good food, and good nervous system regulation. And that can be in part by, like we mentioned, breath work.
Yes. Oh, I think that, we've talked about some of these things already, and it's these basic things are so true, but we forget. And when our emotions get escalated, I think that it's so difficult to remember to do these things. It just feels like you have to run, and it just causes you so much stress. And so when you're talking about this stress upon our body and the inflammation, we've heard that inflammation is bad, but could you explain to us, when we're in a prolonged fight or flight state, how that impacts our inflammation and why that is bad for our physical health and our mental health?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So the interesting thing, and I think that maybe some of your speakers would have already said this, but I want to reiterate. So inflammation in and of itself is not bad or good, right? So inflammation tends to be a signaling molecule, a signaling system by the body. If you didn't have inflammation, your immune system wouldn't know where to go to repair, right? So acute inflammation is necessary. It's warranted. It's wanted, actually, sometimes, right? It's that, as I'm sure you guys have already been saying, it's that chronic inflammation that doesn't quite turn off. That can be a problem, because before you know it, normal cells get hit by the immune system and get caught up in the fighting. And then you're going to start getting degradation, and this can lead to disease. Because at the end of the day, your immune system, remembering that we're trying to reframe everything, if your immune system is trying to help you by looking for the cause of this epinephrine and cortisol, presumably maybe a virus, a parasite, or a bacteria, and it's turned on inflammation to garner those troops, to garner those white blood cells, then it's willing to lose some battles, i.e., it's willing to have some issues with your regular functioning, because it's hoping to win the war. So the only problem is there is no end date. We don't know when the end of whatever it is. So it will lose battles, always hoping to lose the war. So the inflammatory process, when it becomes this never-ending battle, lots of lost battles, eventually means that your body does break down. It stops functioning the way it should, and it starts reprogramming your response times. It starts reprogramming your pain sensitivity. So we're just going to go straight back to the brain again. If you get, I have a great analogy. Okay.
I want to hear it.
Yes. If you are a house, okay, you are a temple, and your house gets broken into. There is a window that's been broken into and you get burgled. Okay. You're going to feel very afraid, and you're going to put up, redo that window, but you're going to put bars up now. And the first place you put bars up is that window that got broken into. Now, the minute you hear that there are burglaries happening in the neighborhood again, i.e., more epinephrine, more cortisol, more epinephrine, more cortisol, you're going to start putting up bars all over the place, right? And when you have all these bars all over the place, your home, your house doesn't function like that cozy, safe space anymore, right? It feels like a prison. So the idea here is that not only do we want to remove triggers that are going to cause us responses that may lead to inflammation, whether it's certain foods or certain thought process or certain situations or certain people in our life, for example, that are crossing boundaries and no longer serve us. We also want to flood ourselves with safety signals. And safety signals is all in your control. They can be super simple, like making sure that you walk with a particular posture, right? Because protective posturing is this. We want to open up. This is a positive posture. Helps us breathe, helps us feel more confident, chin up. We want to be in wide open spaces. We want to show our scared inner child, scared ancient brain, let's just call it, that we are safe and we're not afraid of being in wide open spaces. We're not afraid of being seen by an apex predator from a nearby hill because we are apex. We want to have our hands nice and open in a parasympathetic way, right? Vitruvian man. And we want to be able to use our head to prove to our system that we can look around and we can survey for threats if we needed to. So we're using our head, we're using our eyes, and we're slowly going to survey the horizon. Look at us go. We can if we wanted to. We don't need to, but we can, right? And all these little tiny things, being out in the sun, breathing in that fresh air, they're all safety signals. So not just us focusing on the signals that may be causing us, triggers, like the foods and the anxieties around all those sorts of things. It's also about the safety signals.
Oh, I think this is fascinating. Just our posture. When I read about the science of like the Superman pose, and how that increases testosterone and empowers us, and this is the same thing that you're talking about. That we can do this. We can lift our head up. We can, throw our shoulders back and take an empowering pose to enable us to feel safer. That's tremendous. And then if we were going to think a thought, what would be a thought like that you would offer me to think of to help me in combination with that pose?
So I actually say to patients that I would prefer if they didn't think it, but they said it.
Okay.
Because the auditory system is it's a very unique one of the 8 senses. It is the first of the 8 senses to come online. In other words, you have full hearing in utero by about 6 months or so. You're born with the hearing of a 25-year-old. Okay.
Oh.
And it is, of course, the last sense to go when we die, which is why in hospital, we say to family members, keep talking, keep talking. They may not respond, but they can hear you right until the end. So it's a very important sense. Now, hearing is important in that it cannot hear your thoughts. It has to hear words. So you say these things out loud. I am safe. I am okay. I am happy. I am healthy. I am whole, or whatever your mantras are. And as well, I recommend if you're talking about quite a series of events that lead to, having old traumas triggered and that kind of stuff, that you actually explain to your hidden brain, your ancient brain, right, that can't see these things, exactly what's happened and how. Okay, I know that you're freaked out because I have an injured leg. But what happened was that I was getting into the car and I misjudged the door, and then I swung my leg and I hit the side of the door. But thank you for turning on inflammation. Thank you for causing me pain because you want me to, restrict my movements. But I want to assure you that I am okay and that I am safe. And it sounds very rude, but I actually use this method for myself to decrease how much mosquito bites itch, for example, or decrease how much things hurt. And we actually see this with children, right? So they'll run, they'll hit their leg on the side of the table. And when you come over and you talk to the child, it's like naughty table, right?
Exactly. My grandkids do that all the time. And I've noticed that I did that as a child, and I've continued to do that with my brain. And so I had no idea that was so powerful, that auditory sense.
Yeah.
So we just have a few more minutes, but if there's one last thing I wanted to ask you was, I know that you're also a comedian. And so how do you use comedy to help with regulating your nervous system?
Okay, so I was a comedian. That was 20 years ago. Marcus and Elizabeth. Okay, it was 20 years ago. So look, I think that a lot of patients walk into a doctor's office and they're assuming that you are the dictator of their medical journey and they are a hapless, string along. And instead, I feel that more of us physicians have to be talking to patients, understanding that agency is incredibly important. And yes, and asking them up to the helm of the boat to help you steer, and eventually, as a guide, which is what doctors should be, to step away from that. Now, as per sailors, you know that we spend a lot of time joking with each other. And that's super important to remind the patient of their humanity and to remind us of our humanity too, because we are not dictators and doctors do not hold all the cards to health and well-being, right? And in fact, patients know more about their bodies than we do.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing that, because you're the kind of doctor that would listen to the patient, and you have so much expertise. We could go on, and I know our audience would just love to ask you more questions. And so thank you so much. We'd love to have you back on again another time, Dr. Olivia. Do you have one last parting nugget that you would like to leave with the audience before we go?
Patients have more control than they realize.
Oh, and isn't that a great feeling to know that we have more control, that there are tools that we can use, just like you offered us, to say, to talk to ourselves, to tell ourselves that we are safe, to explain to ourselves what is going on, to involve our five senses so that we can be present. So thank you. It was a joy to have you on today, Dr. Olivia, and we look forward to having you on again.
Thank you, Karen. Thanks so much.
All right. Bye-bye now. All right. Thank you so much. Wow. I don't know about you, but I could have just picked her brain and asked her questions and just gone on and on. So that was really, really fun. And it was great to be able to have somebody that has all the different expertise. You know, she has the neuro, she has the psychology, she has the immunology, and the functional medicine. Marisa, I bet you were just like, I want to ask her more questions, because I know this.
Agency. Yes, yes, yes. I am so grateful to have heard her say that. I'm like, I could listen to her all day. Just hearing that was fundamental to her perspective.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yes. And when she said, I mean, for her to recognize that the patient knows more about themselves, I thought, we don't hear that very often from a doctor. So that was really great. Well, and I know how you love the mind body wellness connection. And so, yeah, I just thought she was fantastic. I mean, just a wealth of information, and tied in so well to Dr. Rebecca Granger Ellis and to Jim Quick and the previous speakers that have already discussed this.
Oh, so good. I know. I am so grateful. And it's a perfect segue to our next guest. Next guest is the amazing Barbie Layton. I'm going to bring you up right now, Barbie. And she is a familiar face here at the Los Angeles Tribune. Hello, Barbie. Welcome. Happy Friday to you. Friday evening, or almost evening here on the West Coast. But hello, welcome.
Thank you.
And I will let you two take it from here. So have a great time.
Sounds good. Thank you,
Nice
Karen.
to see you, Karen.
So, Barbie, I know that, I mean, all of these conversations that have been happening over the last now 2 pretty much full days, these conversations are all of your field. You can dive into these all day long. So with what's been shared so far, with what the speakers have been sharing, the wisdom, the insight, all that's been, presented here so far in the last 2 days, I would love to hear a bit of your reflections on what you've heard so far.
Well, I mean, like, for example, one of the things that's really important with someone like Jim Quick is the fact that, I'm his icon is the fact that he was called the boy with the broken brain, right? He was told that he was literally defective. And I think that's kind of what our last, guest just had too, about talking about the fact that the patient has much more dominion over you, than you think that you have. And especially when people get told, by doctors and other people too, that, I mean, there's so many experiences that I've had in my, one-on-ones with people and group sessions and things like that have been absolutely miraculous. But there are things that science technically says that is not possible or not able to have occurred, et cetera. So I think that the focus on neuroscience and being able to regulate your nervous system is something where, my focus is always on reshifting your frequency, which I think is really, really an important thing as well, too.
So important. So speaking of shifting your frequency, I would love if you could share with the audience, for those listening right now and those that will be listening on the replay, what I'd say is like your number one, maybe like your top 2 favorite tools to help shift you personally, shift that frequency from wherever you might be at, but to where you are wanting to be at. What would you say those top 2 tools are?
Well, one of the things I take people through a process of basically almost turning yourself into like a gyroscope, because you have the gyroscope where you kind of like you're taught that 0 point gravity in quantum physics of where the little ball is not touching anything too. And what's really really important is that as they talk about as above so below, about how it's really really important to connect above, and it's also important to connect below. A lot of people have gone through a lot of trauma. I know myself included. We like to hang out in the upper chakras. We like to be in the heart center all above, and we just kind of like can take off and fly out there into the universe. But getting really really grounded into the body, I think, is also really an important thing too, where a lot of people just don't kind of focus on that, and it's been a weak spot for me as well. So I actually purchased something really easy that people can get, which is an earthing mat. I don't know if you've ever heard of that before, but you can get them on Amazon. It's basically the Schumann frequency and the resonance of the planet, because a lot of us are disconnected from the earth because of the fact that we are literally living, I'm on the 4th floor of a condo building. So therefore it's like, I'm not touching the ground. And for a lot of people don't have the opportunity to be able to put their feet in the dirt and that kind of stuff as well too. So connecting yourself above and then connecting yourself below, and having the opportunity of where you literally I do a whole process of twirling your chakras, of where you start to clean them. Almost if you think about when you go to a golf ball and you have the washer where it kind of like it shines it up and it gets it all kind of glistening. So you get your chakras spinning in a beautiful way counterclockwise, and then you open up your energy field to imagining that you're a giant ball of sunshine, and you shoot yourself out energetically out over the home that you're in, over the city that you're in, over the state, over the country, into the planet, because then you're literally pushing out quantum magnetism as to everything that's needing to be coming into your space. I know Abraham Hicks, they used to talk about that as being the vortex. And so that's the vortex of where you're placing your order as to what you want the universe to deliver for you. And I mean, like, for example, I said yes to doing a movie Beyond Physical Matter last year. It came out in January. And I mean, it's like insane to know that now it's on Amazon Prime, it's on Tubi, it's on Gaia. And just 2 days ago, it just went on to Apple TV. And so those are the things too, where it's like, you're putting out to the universe, how do you want to be able to have me be a pure vessel for change, to be able to help you, to be able to accomplish whatever it is that you want to accomplish.
Heck yes to that. That is so exciting, and congrats on the newest release. That's amazing.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. So, okay. I would say, actually, I want to address what you mentioned about like the grounding mat. There's a lot of these products, I'll call them products, that we might see all over social media, or even when we're doing more of like a deep dive into research as to what things can help me feel better with where state is at. What would you say you find that are I'd say like maybe the best tool that seems to prove to be consistently reliable for people, and even maybe yourself, that you have found?
I like to use tuning forks. So like, for example, I have one of 528 hertz. And a lot of times what I will do is I will ping that, and then I would just put that energy out into the frequency, because ultimately the 528 hertz is my jam. It's the one that's basically the scientifically proven to be love, creativity, and DNA. And so I tone that. I do activations around the world with people. Also, places that have been war torn, I go in, I clean the energy up for places that have had trauma in them as well too, like places that have been bombed out in Europe and stuff like that. And it's the most fun part is when I go snorkeling, I actually sing with you into the ocean, and I've had thousands of fish that come to me when I do that. It's just the most incredible thing ever. It's just so cool.
Wait, so you're doing that underwater?
With the snorkel. So I just sing "Hugh," and then I had like probably 10,000 fish that came to me in Shellha and in this like little estuary in Cancun, the Riviera Maya. It was just like I was a fish. It was just incredible. But it's because animals are very, very, sensitive to frequencies.
Correct. Right. That is such a beautiful illustration. I'm so grateful that you shared that one in particular about being underwater. And yes, we know that animals everywhere are sensitive to frequency, right? Like they can hear things that we cannot, and that's like on the simplest level, right?
Yes.
But I'm so grateful that you shared that, because it really does show that everything is connected to everything.
Yes.
And that we impact our immediate environment, and we impact any other environment we find ourselves in or we travel to, and that we get to be much more mindful. And mindfulness doesn't necessarily mean these big shifts, these big, massive changes, but just simply maybe paying attention to where you're at, what you're doing, how it might be affecting the environment. That is such a great experience. That is so cool. I'm so grateful you shared that.
Thank you. I had another experience with singing the hue too. I was in Burma at an elephant sanctuary, and I had 5 adult male bull elephants that literally all just kissed me and hugged me and like blew hot air into my face and just I had elephant snot all over my body, and it was like probably one of the top 10 days of my entire life. It was just so special. They were just so loving because they felt that I was like, resonating with them as well.
Hmm. So now this is I'm going to say a very naive question of mine to ask you. With that same tool, does that work online at all? Or does it have to be in person?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can use it online. I know that for me, I always have, looking for it right now, but I always have shungite. I use a lot of different shungite by my computers. And I also, one thing that's a really good thing for blocking EMS is just a pure, like a clear quartz crystal. So if you have one of those close to your computer, it can also help with a lot of blocking all those different kinds of things too. Anything that you can buy on Amazon, they have these little tabs that I have on my phone and I have on all of my devices, like my stove, my refrigerator, my TV, and everything else too. They're these little dots you can buy like in a pack of 50 of them, but they're EMF blockers that were created by Boeing, and they kill 50% of all of the EMS that you have. And it's also a really, really good idea whenever possible. I know it's kind of annoying when you're out in public when people do this, but it's also a really good idea also to use your speakerphone whenever possible, as opposed to putting up to your head, because a lot of people have shown, like in Sweden, they did a study that people grew tumors on that area where they had the phone up to their head all the time because it is a microwave. So any place where you can do that, of where it's like, like these crystals are natural blockers for that, of where it's a natural EMF blocker.
Right. Okay. I want to dive a bit into the EMF. I believe, as I've been present for the last 2 days, I don't really feel like we've talked much or really covered much EMF. And I do believe it's actually pretty important to dive into a bit. So if you wouldn't mind, what would you say? How would you explain to those that are listening what this, I want to say symptoms, but what a person might experience when they're exposed to heavy levels of EMF? And heavy obviously is going to be very subjective per person because each person is sensitive at different levels to different things. But what might those symptoms, what could they look like?
Well, for me personally, I lived in Austria for a year as an exchange student, and that was 1985, 1986. And Chernobyl blew in January of 1986, and it was the most pristine village I lived in, very eastern Austria, gorgeous, but all of our food was 100% natural. So it came from the snow-capped mountains, the waters, and all those different animals in that space. There was I was in what's called the inner ring of that radiation exposure. So they had, people that were, their heads were basically being born where they were the same size as their body. There's a whole documentary called Chernobyl Heart about Doctors Without Borders that had a little $20 piece of plastic that they could put into the heart to be able to literally allow these children in these orphanages to live. And a lot of them had their intestines born outside of their stomachs. I mean, really, really some grotesque things that can happen from radiation exposure. For me, I had something that was close to like my pituitary gland turning off, which is like the little acorn that's in the middle of your brain that basically tells your body to grow and regulates a lot of things in your body. And I ended up gaining over 200 pounds within less than a year's time. I blew up to totally twice my size, which was very, very I didn't know I could. It was not even like as that was happening that I even know that was happening. And so for the last 21 years, I've been on a big journey where I had gastric bypass surgery, and I lost 200 pounds, and I kept that off as well. So I try to inspire people with my own personal story. But we are bombarded because we are in a wireless society, and I'm not advocating for anybody to be a techno dolt of where you go completely, no technology or any of that other kind of stuff. But I think we have to find some sort of a hybrid of where electromagnetic frequencies, when you have things that are plugged in, you don't have the same amount of the electromagnetic frequency, because what happens is that your molecules get actually expanded, and so the wireless signal goes through your molecules as opposed to going around you. So it's something of where it's a really important thing to try to do any kind of clarification that you can, so that there are EE systems you can go into, and you can clear your nervous system with that as well. You can get charged salt that you can take baths in those things as well too. It's a good idea. And then one thing I have that's a big one, it's too far away from me right now, but I have a giant selenite wand, SELENITE, that any of your viewers can get. And you basically pretend like you're TSA, and you just you wand yourself from the top of your chakras down to the bottom, under the bottoms of your feet, on your backs, and on your hands, because it's a natural like a neutralizer of those EMS that you picked up. Because the problem a lot of times, in fact, especially being empathic, hi Donna, problem with being empathic is that a lot of times we take on so much other people's stuff that we don't even know that it's their stuff. We think those are our thoughts, but they're not. And so therefore from that, it's like the EMF allows us to be a little bit more I would not say manipulatable, but it's still something of where when you have something that's coming through you, a lot of times if you have these erroneous thoughts, you need to stop for a second and ask yourself, are these my thoughts or are these somebody else's? So I think, in an EM, I have a great alarm clock that actually kills EMFs 30 feet high below to the right and to the left. They don't make it anymore. So unfortunately, I can't suggest for people to go buy it, but it's something where people come into my space and they'll say, wow, this place feels like I could just hang out here a lot. People have always said that about my offices and other things like that too. But I listen to 5,000 people sing in the hue, the 528 hertz, 20 minutes every single day. And I just ask whatever source energy wants to be able to have happen in that particular day to happen. And so you're actually clearing the energy in that space, a physical space, with sound toning. So that's something where it can be really, really easy. And the way I sing it, I just say, he, and it just cleans out the whole vicinity around you, which is a beautiful thing. They call it the tone of miracles.
I absolutely love that.
Yeah.
And Barbie, I've enjoyed listening to this conversation. I've been backstage about the EMF frequencies, the frequencies of crystals, 528, all of those things. But I do have to ask, and now I know you and I have had conversations about this in the past, but you are a scientifically proven quantum healer. Can you share with the audience what that really means and the process that you went through to verify that you are scientifically proven?
So last April, we filmed our movie Beyond Physical Matter, which again, on those we were only supposed to be on Amazon Prime. So to getting Tubi, Gaia, and Apple TV is just like cherry is on top of whipped cream. But I actually had a client. So what they did is that Dr. Glenn Ryan, who's a renowned scientist, he did like the life wave patches and all those different things with the copper peptides. So I mean, he's very, very well known around the world as a scientist. So he brought this big equipment to the studio, my friend Jason Estes' Quantum Spa in Denton, Texas. And what he did is he took like cheek swabs of DNA out of his cheek. And so he measured what the cheek swabs were at the resonance before the session with me. I went and did the session. I opened up a quantum portal. It's this whole thing. I disaggregate people's energy fields. I bring in whatever angels, guides, or whatever they need to work with too. And I mean, it's just like this whole customized process. It's not scripted in any way. It's literally whatever needs to come through the session. And I mean, I have been so blessed to be witnessing to some people's journeys of just the miracles that have happened. And so after the session, my client was just, a lot of times they're in this bliss state because they're just so blissed out by this frequency that comes through them that again, it's not me doing it. It's completely the quantum field coming to them, and which I love being the facilitator of. And then afterwards, he basically went back to Dr. Glenn Ryan and he had his cheek swabs measured again. And the efficacy of their quantum wellness bed, which they did also the cheek swab with the DNA as well too, was 91% efficacy for a 1 hour session. My efficacy was 93.9393939393 at infinitum, which is a particular consciousness, which I'm not going to say because I find it sounds a little arrogant, but it was still super exciting to know that my personal clearing was more powerful than a quantum wellness bed. I mean, obviously you can use the quantum wellness bed for 24 sessions all day, every day, but it was just really exciting to know that my frequency of healing was higher than that. And that it was actually something that could be proven through DNA.
I love it, Parisa. And it's all backed by science.
I love that because I feel like even though we may not need the science to allow a methodology or a practice to work, some reason our mind likes to organize it like that. And I think that we do get to honor that, maybe not all the time. We also get to just rely on faith and trust and uncertainty and leaning into all of these incredible experiences and uncomfortable places in life. And I know that it's science, and when things can be measured, that the measurement allows us to feel much more certain about things. And here you are, measured, proven, and all scientific.
Well, what I want to also say too, one of the things that I love is I've always been an empirical data dork. I always like someone goes, oh, I went to yoga and I feel lighter and I feel what it's like. Well, I don't have any way of proving that that's the case. Like, and tomorrow your back hurts again after you go to the chiropractor because it just goes back into that groove. But I have this thing called the biofield imaging, which which my friend brought me back from the Neuro Institute, which is an amazing group. And I can take a picture of my client before and after the session that I do with them. night and day. I can say, you know, like a surgeon, I can say, okay, these 9 spots need to be cleared. Then I know exactly where to focus with the light. I tested myself for 2 years using it without knowing what it was before until I actually saw the session afterwards. Now I'm just like, you know, I already know where it is. So I'll just, oh, work on your leg, I'll work on your neck, I'll work on whatever, da, 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 da. And then the next thing you know, boom, then they take the picture 30 minutes after my session and they're like, oh my God. So it's like empirical data where they can see that the colors have completely shifted. The little black marks that were there are totally gone. It's just like, and I do this on the phone generally without being on video. And I've done that all over the world.
Well, hey, that is incredible.
Thank
we are
you.
just about to close up this segment. However, I would like to give you the floor to share with the viewers, to those that are soaking up all of this incredible information and knowledge, and hopefully allowing it to settle as wisdom at some point soon. And I'd like to give you the mic for about a minute for your closing thoughts.
Thank you. Well, I think that for me, it's like I'm one of those people that I really believe to talking to people and telling them, like, you know, it doesn't matter whether or not you're too fat, you're too short, you're too old, you're too this, you're too sick, you're too whatever it is to reinvent yourself. You always have the opportunity to be able to do that. I've completely, in a lot of ways, quantum leaped my life in the last 4 years. And, you know, now I'm an international best-selling author 6 times over. I've been on billboards in New York Times Square. I've got a movie on 4 major platforms, all sorts of things that are happening, et cetera, because of the fact that when you have that white hot burning desire that Napoleon Hill talks about, please go out there, whatever your dream and your passion, your mission, and your vision is, go out there and live it. Go out and live the very best for the whatever remainder of your life that you have. And if you'd like to get in touch with me and talk to me about one-on-ones or group calls or some of the courses that I do, you can get in touch with me at barbielayton.com. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, Barbie, for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Barbie. Oh, that was so good. I saw you in the green room, Donna. I was like, oh my gosh, I know she's soaking this all up. I'm like, Donna, you need to come up because I felt it and I saw you watching, just like totally engrossed in this. So I'm so glad.
I love those types of conversations.
Yeah, so good. So good. Well, we have just our very last few speakers for the day, which is exciting and setting us up for a really great day tomorrow. However, our next guest, our next speaker is Kristen. Kristen, I'm going to bring you up right now. Whoops. We got up, down, up, down. We're just
Hi.
Hello. Welcome. Kristen, I would love to know, I know you've been listening, you've been backstage listening and just soaking up a lot of the energy, the conversation, the insight that's been shared. I would love to know, what is like the top reflection that you have from what you've heard so far?
Well, I mean, it was really fascinating to hear the scientific measurement, right? That's something that I'm totally into. You know, the method that I founded is about bioenergetics, which is a science, and it's the correlation between your physical well-being as well as your mental and emotional well-being. And so when I start a session, I actually measure where somebody is on the scale in using a pendulum actually to figure it out, but to see where somebody is and then see where they are at the end of the session. So we actually measure, you know, where somebody starts in terms of hertz and how they move up the scale. So very similar. So now I'm like all like, ooh, this would be really cool to be able to do it through genetic testing. So it really got my wheels turning listening to Barbie.
So good. I would love, can you share with us a bit about your soul intelligence method that you were the creator of?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, basically it's founded in what I call bioenergetics, right? Which is something that's been around since the 1950s. And it's literally about how you measure the correlation between physical well-being and mental and emotional well-being. So if you think about it, you go to the doctor and typically what you do is you talk to them about everything that's going wrong in your life. It's not just why you're there, right? It's all about what's going on at home, what's going on in your relationships, what's going on at work, all those kinds of things. And typically, if you're doing well physically, mentally and emotionally, you're doing well. If you're not doing well physically, typically mentally and emotionally, you're not doing well either. And so how do you shift that, right? How do you figure out what that is? And so my method actually is where I use a book of charts and a pendulum to figure out exactly what's wrong, what's not working, and what needs to come up and out so that you can be in full alignment with your mission, your vision, your values, and your purpose. But most of that stuff is stuck in our subconscious mind. And I know we've heard a bunch of cool speakers today talking about the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. So we know, right, 95% of everything that goes on is in our subconscious. So how are you supposed to figure out what's wrong, what's causing it, what's the underlying root cause? And that's where my method comes in. So I partner with a lot of functional medicine and integrated medicine doctors because they work on the physical, what needs to change in the physical body. And I work on the mental and emotional and help to shift those things up and out.
That is just so truly fascinating, Christine, because one of the things that I truly admire about you is it's not just working with the clients, but you're also working with practitioners and people in functional medicine and getting them the education for you to really bridge together medical, science, spiritual. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that for us?
Yeah, one of the coolest things, about doing this method has been able to be able to integrate it with functional medicine, because the basis of functional medicine is healing the whole person, right? It's holistic healing. So you can't just decide to heal the physical body and forget about the mental and emotional body. So in order to heal completely, you have to get to the root cause of whatever is causing the dissonance in the frequency, dysfunction, or dis-ease within the body. And if you think about what happens in the body, emotion is supposed to be energy in motion. So when energy gets stuck, it pools within the body. And that causes the dissonance or the disease or the dysfunction in the body. And that's when you wind up going to the doctor. So understanding that everything that goes wrong physically in the body usually typically starts with an emotion, a trapped emotion, a trauma, a self-limiting belief, an old pattern, something that needs to shift. And so we have to change our internal condition as much as we have to in order to be able to affect the physical condition.
Yeah.
So everything starts within, right? That's what we were talking about all day long today.
So knowing that, and our emotions have such a huge play in it because the frequency of emotions vary, like resentment is lower than hope and hope is lower than joy. And each one has their own emotional scale. With the work that you do with the soul intelligence method, what is some of the greatest vibrational frequencies that you have seen the greatest growth in shifting those paradigms so the physical level dis-ease isn't there, or that it can shift and change to the higher frequency?
So that was what I was talking about when we measure, right? Dr. David Hawkins did amazing work in his book, Power versus Force, and he measured emotions. You can actually measure where somebody is when you start working with them and then where they are at the end of the session. And inevitably, somebody really moves up the scale. And so you can measure, that fear and grief, resentment. Believe it or not, perfectionism is actually lower than fear on the scale in terms of vibrational frequency. And the whole goal is to move somebody up the scale as you're working with them so that you move into those higher frequencies of love and joy and peace. So there are things that you can do yourself to try and shift that, right, during the day. You could play high vibrational music, which is one of the things that the previous guest, Barbie, was just talking about, making sure it's that 428 or 528, but moving those hertz up because our bodies are frequency. And I know we heard early today, somebody was saying, yeah, the future of medicine is frequency. And that's what, the great minds have said previously, going back to Socrates, even like the future of medicine is actually starting in the gut, believe it or not. And so in my book, Healing Through Soul Intelligence, which is coming out later this month, I really explore how our emotions are held within our gut, within the stomach. And in functional medicine, typically our doctors start by healing the gut because that's where most things start, right? That's where the stomach actually has two functions, right? To hold food and to break food down. And it's also where we hold emotions and where we either work on them or move them out or we don't. And if we talk about how that correlates to the different energy centers in our body, that's our third chakra. Okay, we have 7 major energy centers. I know you know, but 7 major energy centers in our body. And the third one is about how you feel about yourself, your self-worth, your self-esteem, how you show up in the world. how you relate with others. And so typically, that's why most dis-ease starts within the stomach. And it's, when you think about all of the things that are in there, all of the bugs that we have in there, the good ones, the bad ones, there's a lot that can go wrong. Even in terms of like the serotonin levels actually are greater in the stomach than they are in the mind. And so when we started talking about dis-ease and where it starts, we always talk about where the root cause is of the dis-ease. And the dis-ease typically starts with those trapped emotions, which are typically stored in the gut, in the stomach, which is where we usually start in the physical to fix things.
And, I think you really hit the nail on the head there, because a lot of things do happen in the gut, in the digestive system. And then tying that in with the emotions, there we really are what we eat, all of those different things. But the very first arena that I think that we really get connected to is through the umbilical cord, because we're all connected that way. And we do take on thoughts, feelings, and emotions of our birth parents. And yet that is what is directly feeding into the gut, not just nutritionally with emotions. So what is your viewpoint on how that first piece gets anchored in before we're even born?
Well, it's really fascinating. Well, I guess it's going to get into a discussion of, how many, your past life, your present life, your future life, and whether we're going to talk time or not. But if you think about, coming into this life and absorbing those things, everybody and everything is energy. I know we've talked about that today, but we all know that from 4th grade science class, right? So it's all energy, it's all vibration. And so you're naturally going to absorb that. It's also why most of us are affected by music, right? We feel the vibration. All of our organs vibrate. We are all part of the quantum field. And so we're absorbing that stuff from our mothers. So when I do a session, especially individually with somebody, I'm able to see when something occurred. And oftentimes it occurs at birth. Sometimes it occurs what we call in bardo, which means actually before the soul actually enters into the mother. And so there's different timelines that we can shift and clear.
Yes, absolutely there. And Christine, it's been a pleasure having you here with us. I'm going to give you the last 30 seconds here for your closing remarks.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I'm really excited. As I mentioned, I've got a book coming out in a couple of weeks called Healing Through Soul Intelligence. If people are interested in learning more about the Soul Intelligence Method, they can go to the Soul Intelligence Method. And I'm actually doing a free event next day, October 9th at 6 p.m. Eastern. So if people want to experience the method firsthand and want to learn a little bit more about it, you can sign up for that free session on my website, again, at soulintelligencemethod.com.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here with us. I'm going to invite Parisa back up here on stage.
Thanks, Donna. Christine, you are wonderful. Thank you for sharing your insight, your knowledge, and just being such a servant in this space and serving those that are listening right now that will be listening to the replay. So thanks for being here with us.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me. I love the opportunity.
All right, Donna, you ready for our next guest? Because I know I am.
I am, and I see him in the green room, and I am so excited to be here.
Yes, it is. Okay, first of all, it's an honor. It's a delight. And it's just a moment of pure excitement and great levels of anticipation of just being present with the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Les Brown. Les, I'm going to be bringing you up on stage right now. Woohoo! There's Les. If we can get Les unmuted. Let's see. Okay. Les, can we get you to unmute? Because I'm not able to unmute you. I'm so sorry.
Let me see. How
There you
about
go.
that?
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It is such an honor to be here with you today. Thank you for sharing your time with us, for being always of service to this community, to here at the Los Angeles Tribune, and with all of our loyal people that come here and listen and learn and glean from all of the wisdom that each of our speakers come and share with. So thank you for being here.
Well, thank you so much for having me. But I wanted to comment on something that I was just listening to. And the reason that it has special meaning to me when you're talking about disease and the young lady said it starts in the gut. Well, I received from Cancer Centers of America last year the 49-year fourth stage cancer conqueror award. 49 years. I'm 80 now. Okay. As I've been kicking cancer butt. But we also the mind that many people we have a high level of obesity in this country and also issues that people have as a result of what they're eating, but even more are affecting their health with what's eating them. And this space where we are helping people, and one of the things that we're doing October the 11th through the 12th and 13th is how to develop the mental resiliency to handle this place where we are, how to maintain sanity in an insane world. When we look at all the creative disruption that's going on right now, it's creating a lot of stress for people. Domestic violence has increased. Over 325 million jobs will be lost to artificial intelligence. And keeping in mind, every time the unemployment goes up 1%, 10,000 women are battered and victims of domestic violence. So this is the time that people need to have the tools that will help them to navigate this new space where we are, as Peter Drucker calls, this space of accelerated change, overwhelming complexity, and tremendous competition. That's all I just got to say.
Oh my goodness, that you are right on the pulse. I really appreciate that you don't sugarcoat a single thing of what is truly on the pulse for society right now, with unemployment, with AI, with and all of the consequences or the byproducts of that. You're right on the pulse of that, and I so appreciate that. I would like to ask you, what is, I'd say, the most prevalent uh, symptom or outcome of these impacts that you've already seen? Because you are interacting with so many people all the time. What would you say is the number one symptom of stress, if we're going to just call it that you are seeing that people are experiencing?
I'm so glad you asked that question because a Nobel Peace Prize winner said it best. People lacking the skill set, and this is what we're going to teach and train people with the variety of mental health professionals we have with us, to master the art of self emotional regulation. That most people are living their lives from the outside in rather than from the inside out, learning how to step back, to observe, and to think. There are people who are making decisions right now, and they're not thinking. And so when you look at the road rage, you look at people standing in line in the grocery store starting a fight saying, "You got in front of me," or people fighting over parking spaces, or our children having drills in school, not for a fire drill, but in the event a shooter comes into the school. It's a different kind of environment that we've never been in before. And so helping people to have the tools that will allow them to be able to navigate and then handle this new space where we are, that we have to unlearn, learn, and relearn a new way on how we're operating in this thing called life. Because life be lifing. A guy the other day, a heavyweight muscle building guy. He killed his girlfriend. He went out on a date with, and they asked him, "Why did you do it?" He said, "I just wanted to feel like, what was it like to kill somebody?" Come on. That this level of insanity that we're seeing, where people are on edge and easily triggered, is it's a different kind of place. And I had an experience. I was at the airport to pick up a friend, and many of us have had this experience. And there was a patrolman asking us to circle. And after going around 7 times, I noticed there was a young lady that he was talking to. He didn't ask her to circle. So I pulled behind her. He said, hey, you got a circle, you can't stop. I said, look, when she leaves, I leave. I'm not as cute as she is, but when she leaves, I leave. He said, I want to call backup. I said, I don't care who you call. And fortunately, God looks out for me. He had an angel, and she came over to me, and she said she was going across the crosswalk. She said, Mr. Brown, I know you. Your voice changed my life. No one knows this guy. She said, trouble is easy to get into, but hard to get out of. Circle the block, young man. And I said, yes, ma'am. And so what she did was she stopped me and allowed me to think. What you're doing, the work that you've committed yourself to doing, the people that you hear, how people live their lives is a result of the story they believe about themselves. So every time you speak in this assignment that you've taken on to make the world a better place than how you found it, you distract, dispute, and inspire. You distract people from their current story and their self explanatory style. And as they continue to listen to you and your guests, you dismantle their current belief system and inspire them to become, as Mother Teresa would say, a pencil in the hand of God and start writing a new chapter in their lives.
Wow. Thank you for the most relevant, real experience that you have that you've shared with us about you getting the opportunity to really pause and think, and truly like the level of receptivity that you had towards that woman, and that she shares with you, because any person can come up to you and we're not necessarily going to be receptive to strangers. We might not be in the mood to be receptive to people that we don't know, especially we're in a place to be fixed in our set and in our mind, and we're frustrated with things. So thank you for sharing that very like relatable example. Donna, I'd like to pass to you if you have any questions.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm just truly honored to be here with you and with the Los Angeles Tribune. And I genuinely love listening to you. Now, what I'm really curious about here is because a lot of your work really focuses heavily on mindset and motivation. So, how do you really see the connection between neuroscience and the power of belief in shaping your life outcome?
I'm so glad you asked that question because there's a lot of questions now dealing with neuroscience and neurolinguistic programming and neuroencoding. Let me tell you the place that I come from. If you want to make it today, you got to be hungry. You got to be hungry because you're going to encounter defeats and rejections and no's, and there are people failing because they're trying to open new doors of opportunities with old keys. No, you can talk about neuro whatever, but if a person is not hungry, if they have not found something that's the calling on their life, a job is what we've been trained to do, a calling is what you are made to do, that you have something that gives your life meaning and purpose, that as a result of that you will have this indomitable spirit and determination to make it happen no matter what. I was born in an abandoned building on a floor in a poor section of Miami, Florida called Liberty City with my twin brother Wesley. And we were put in foster care and then we were adopted. And every time I speak, I said, all that I am and all that ever hold, oh, everything I achieve, I owe to my mother. And what I learned from my mother, who was a single mother, never had any children, but raised 7 children she didn't give birth to. She took us in foster care and eventually adopted us. But what I learned in observing her, that the people who make it, they have a hunger, a desire, a non-negotiable, something that gives their life power and meaning. Viktor Frankl, he talks about it in Man's Search for Meaning, that the Jews who survived the inexpressible cruelties of Nazism, and I visited Auschwitz, he said they either had a loved one that they were determined to see, or some spiritual commitment that they were committed to, or some cause that was bigger than them, a hunger to face the odds and the inexpressible cruelties of Nazism. And so anybody that want to make it in this thing called life, to live a life that's outside of their comfort zone. And this is what we should all do, because in order to do something you've never done, you've got to become someone you've never been. And so people that are hungry, they're relentless, they're unstoppable, they're willing to commit themselves to do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. They're willing to sacrifice, they're willing to upgrade their skills level and expand their vision of themselves and create strategic relationships. The Harvard University did a 78-year study of the people who become the one percenters, and they want to know what did they have in common. And what they said was their reference group and people that they associate with, the people that they interact with, people that held them to a higher standard. Academy Award winner Sidney Poitier, he wrote a book called The Measure of a Man, and he said something in there that grabbed me. And I noticed this to be true. He said, when you go for a walk with someone, something happens without being spoken. Either you adjust to their pace or they adjust to your pace. Whose pace have you adjusted to? And so people that are going to make it, they have to have mental resiliency. They have to work on themselves because, as you know, you don't get in life what you want, you get in life what you are. They've got to expand their skill set because we're in this place where Robert Schuller said you either expand or you're expandable, and they have to create what I call OQP, only quality people. You earn within $2,000 to $3,000 of your closest friends. When I found that out, I got all my broke friends out of my life because I used to be so broke I could walk past a bank and trip the alarm.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
behave. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Don't come for me. I didn't call an Uber. Yes.
Well, then, on that note, we do have a question from one of our audience members. And he asked, if you had to redefine success by removing all of the external validations, wealth, recognition, achievements, what would the true essence of success look like for you? And how would you guide others to find it?
I'm so glad that you asked that question. So success to me is living a life that will outlive you. Success to me is living your life in a way that you want to leave your life, that you've answered the call. There's something that you know you're supposed to do. And you decided to sacrifice, you decided to face the no's and the rejections, you decided to do what, as George Washington Carver would say, do what you can with what you have and never be satisfied. Most people die at age 25 and don't get buried until they're 65. To me, it's not about what you acquire, it's who you become in pursuit, who you died to give birth to this next greatest version of yourself. Just think about Lion King, Simba, you are more than that which you have become. And so I'm not a religious person. Religious people are afraid of going to hell. I'm spiritual. Spiritual people have been there. And hell to me is what you experience when you die and you meet the person that you were supposed to become. They asked George Bernard Shaw, who would you like to be throughout history? And he said, and this is what I consider success, I like to become the man I never was. I believe that even at 80, there's something that I'm supposed to do. I have not done my best work yet. I told my kids, when they tell you I've died, sneak in the morgue and put a microphone in my hand. If I don't grab it and say, you gotta be hungry, you can say, Dad's gone now. He's out of here. I'm gonna sneak my way out of here. Yes.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Like that you hit the nail on the head, not just with your definition of success, because of course that is going to be very subjective. And I really do love your definition of success, truly living a life that outlives you. Yes, absolutely. What a beautiful legacy to actually leave your children and those around you and those that you've impacted and those that don't even know you yet. And really just the way you speak about, when they tell you I've passed, put a microphone to me and I'm still going to be there. I'm still going to be talking. That persistence, like that spirit of persistence within you, I hope I can like glean and soak up some of that myself, and anyone else that's listening, that they can soak up some of that as well, because that spirit of persistence is so necessary for a lot of the things that you're mentioning, that what everyone is experiencing in society, right? And the persistence is the hunger. You're still hungry.
Yes.
And you
Yes.
have to be
Yes.
present. Yeah.
You have to, because life will challenge you. Life be laughing. And so things are going to happen to you, and things are going to happen to people that you care about. And and there's one thing to be involved in life. There's something else to be committed to live a life that will outlive you. And to give the proper context, the next time you have bacon and eggs, the chicken was involved. The pig was committed. He had to give it all up. And so, in order to create the next version of yourself, if a man is to gain his life, he must lose his life. You've got to operate from the thinking of all you can do is all you can do, as Leo Williams said. All you can do is all you can do. And all you can do is enough. But make sure you do all you can do.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Go ahead, Donna. I'm just gonna sit
We're
with that.
absorbing. We're absorbing here. Now,
So good.
in listening, you share a lot about becoming the person you're meant to be, having that vision so big because you're going to make a change or be a catalyst for change in the world. What is the biggest thing that you had to sacrifice for you to become the person you are today?
To believe that I can be who I am right now. The willingness. Life is about surrendering and embracing. Surrendering the mindset, the behavior, the choices, the person that I once was, to embracing this vision that you now see. And having someone in your life, Mike Williams, he wrote a book, and I encourage everybody to get it. I wrote the forward for it, The Road to Your Best Stuff. He saw this Les Brown before I saw him, because I used to be Les Brown, a disc jockey. LB Triple B, Les Brown, your platter playing popper. There were none before me, and there will be none after me. Therefore, that makes me the one and only. Young and single and love to mingle, certified, bona fide, indubitably qualified to bring you satisfaction and a whole lot of action. Look out, baby, I'm your love man. I'm hungry. Bam, he's gone. He dead now. And it's important for you to have someone in your life who believes in you until your belief kicks in. And he said, Brownie. I said, yeah, you're more than a disc jockey, man. I said, what are you talking about, Mike? I'm good at this. He said, yeah. He said, but there's a bigger calling on your life, man, that goes beyond just entertaining people. No, I want you to think in terms of legacy. You got children. I want you to think in terms of holding yourself to a higher standard. I want you to think in terms of what Henry David Thoreau said. Do not go where the path may lead. Go where there's no path and leave a trail. Anybody can be a fast talking disc jockey. No, man. Come on, Brown. You can change people's lives. You've gone through stuff. You were labeled educable, mentally retarded, put back from the fifth grade to the fourth grade and failed again in the eighth grade. You have no college training, but you had a teacher who said to you, someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality, and it changed your life. He said, there's no success without successors. You've got to help other people see what he saw in you. Say, thank you, Mike. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And I listen. And now at this stage of my life, my goal is to train others. That's why October the 11th, 12th, and 13th at the Marriott here in LA. My goal is to leave a legacy for those who can hear my voice. I know everybody can't hear me. My voice is not for everybody, but those who can hear my voice, how to use their story and the experiences they've had, and how to begin to transform and impact people's lives in this era where there's so much divisiveness and cutthroat and toxic environment, people turning against each other. I believe that environments are created by people and they can be transformed by people. And the secret is to maintain our commitment and holding this vision of who we can be, the power of possibilities, how we can change the culture and create a legacy. That's why you're here. Your goal is to create a legacy, to live full and to die empty.
Maintain our commitment. I think that those are the three, some of the three like strongest words I've heard all day today. Like maintain your commitment, because that does include the neuroscience practices and methods to maintain that commitment, to be steadfast with what that decision or be in that choice really is and what that looks like. Wow. We're going to be closing up here in a moment. Donna, did you have any final questions you'd like to ask Les before I close this up?
No, actually, I don't. I'll just be honest. I'm so excited. We're going to be there with you in next weekend at the
Yes.
Brown Power Tour
I
next
want to
weekend.
share this with you. I'm so glad. You asked about neuroscience. Let me share with you
Yes.
the most powerful tool on the planet, and we all know it. We are wired for stories. Steve Jobs said the storyteller is the most powerful person in the world. How people live their lives is a result of the story they believe about themselves. Each time you speak, whenever you do this program and you have guests, the people that are listening, they have a story that's going on, that's given to them by life and the story that they created within themselves because of their circumstances, because of their environment, because of things that they observed. You know, Martin Seligman in his book called Learned Optimism, that people are living a life that they've been indoctrinated with. So in this space where we are, teaching people how to share a story that will create an experience. Oliver Wendell Holmes said that once a man or woman's mind has been expanded with an idea, concept, or experience, it can never be satisfied to going back to where it was. Many people are speaking and giving information about new technology. If information could change people, everybody would be skinny, rich, and happy. But when you tell a story that touch people's hearts, where the heart is, there your treasure is also, that expand their vision of themselves and ignite the courage in them. Nothing is done without courage. To make a decision, to hard decisions. If you do what is easy, your life will be hard. But if you do what is hard, your life will be easy. The hard decision to do the work that allows you to begin to create the next greatest version of yourself. We'll leave the world in better shape. We will give people hope, because when there's hope in the future, that gives you power in the present. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It absolutely makes sense. You know, Les, I love that you brought that forward in the way that you did, because yesterday when we started this summit, the very beginning of the day, it was something that I believe I mentioned, and I mentioned that we can have these methods, these tools, these practices that are all science backed. We can have them at our disposal. We can learn them. We can have all of the information in our mind. But until we hear from someone else, their story, their experience, and we get to realize how human they actually are as well, that's when we get purpose and relevance to the information that we can learn. So we need both. Neuroscience
Yes.
requires both. We need each other. We need the information, but we cannot survive on only one or the other. We need both. So I'm so grateful you brought
Yeah,
that
we
forward.
do need both. And but here's something I want you to look at. When you speak, people are asking three questions. Who are you? What do you have? And why should I care? Because they want to identify, they want to relate, and they want to connect. So when you bring information to people about something that they can use as a tool to transform their lives, they're looking at you. I don't know you like that. Who are you? Because They want that's the first question that we must answer. They want to know, who are you? Because there's so much fake stuff out here now. People don't buy from you, they buy into you. How did you get here? How did you overcome the stuff that you went through? And can that have value for me? And so if we have a heart driven message where people don't ask, what do you mean by that? I'll give you an example. There's a guy who wrote a book. It was called Neuro Linguistic Programming, and it was rejected by publishers. And he wanted to throw the book away. He thought the concept wouldn't work. And so his marketer said, words matter. He said, what does it mean? So I said, well, help people learn how to deal with stress in their lives. And so the guy said to Ben, why not call it the relaxation response? I said, that makes sense. It hit the New York Times bestseller list. Case in point, Gladys Knight and I were once married. The song Midnight Train to Georgia was a country and western song. It was Midnight Plane to Houston. So Bubba, her brother, asked, we don't live in Houston. We live in Georgia. Do you mind changing it from Houston to Georgia? And the guy said, will you still record it? And he said, yes. And then Gladys, who doesn't like to fly, she said, we don't like to fly. We like to catch the train. Would you change it from plane to train? It still rhymes. The guy said, would you record it? He said, yeah. And then he said, okay. The rest is history. The midnight train to Georgia. So if to me, if you have something, how to, and I was talking to someone today who overcome a lot of stuff. And I said to them, this gentleman, and you know him, he's created homeless shelters, and he was telling me about neuroscience and neuroencoding. And I asked him, I said, you know a lot of scripture. He said, yes. I said, would you be open to some coaching? He said, yes. I said, would you look at changing the title of your book to Can These Bones Live? How I rose from the valley of despair to the mountain of greatness. He said, yes, because dry bones in the valley, that's in the collective consciousness of people. The relaxation response, the midnight train to Georgia. People don't have to ask, what is that? Define that for me. And so to me, having a languaging style that people can relate to, that they can identify with, and that will interrupt their story that they believe about themselves. That's what changed my life. Mr. Washington, I used to be called DT, the dumb twin. And he said, young man, I said, yes, sir. Someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. Do you hear me? I said, yes, sir. All that time, I was in special education. I was labeled educable mentally retarded. But I bought what was said about me. When we change how people hear us, you create an experience, and they become self-persuaded. There's this saying, you can take a horse to the water, but you can't make them drink. But if you know how to communicate effectively and create an experience with a story, you can create a thirst where they want to drink. We want to ignite, want to power, where they want to tap into that greatness that's in them. They're made in the likeness and image of God. They've been given authority and dominion over everything in their lives. And now we're going to help them to expand their vision of themselves and live from that place of knowing.
Woo!
Hello, are you still there?
Oh my goodness. I am right. I'm like just receiving all of this. And truly, because I know the more I allow myself to receive, the more impactful and the more of service I can be to others. And that is absolutely my intention in being here. So I'm grateful that you had touched on that a bit earlier. You know, there's this saying that they say, you don't have to pick up what other people are putting down. Right. And it's like, it's a very simple phrase. It's exactly what you're saying. You know, what other people are saying about you, you don't have to buy into that story. You don't have to buy into that label. Yes, easier said than done because we are humans and we connect and we receive all of these things around us. But it's that easy to continue to put it down. And that's exactly what you're
Yes.
talking about. I love that. You know, Les, it has been such a blessing to be here with you and have you share the space with us and have you just be of such service. It's been such a delight to experience this conversation with you. I would love to give you the last few minutes, give you the floor to share whatever you would like to share. Share your insight, what's on your heart, what comes to your mind that is you feel like the people that are listening now and those that will be listening to the replay would be best served by. It's all you.
My kids asked me, what do you want said about you when you go? And I said, I aspire to inspire until I expire. And I say to those of you that are listening, you have something special. You have greatness in you. You're a masterpiece because you're a piece of the master. Always strive to get on top in life because it's the bottom that's overcrowded. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Bye for now. Bye bye. And now here is Ava.
Oh, that was so good. Oh, look, there is Miss
borrow
Ava.
what there just with her.
Yes. We can hear you, Ava.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can absolutely hear you. Yeah.
We are excited. Les and I are together here. We're putting together the Les Brown Power Tour already. I mean, we're still a week away and we're already getting ready. So we just invite all of you. I mean, LA is the easiest place to fly to. It's inexpensive too. So we invite you to come to LA, get some in-person hugs with the Les Brown. Oh my God.
You come in the room, it's a different kind of experience. It's October the 11th, 12th, and 13th at the Marriott, Airport Marriott. And I tell you, this will transform your life. I'm teaching you how to tell your story, how to transform lives individually and collectively, how to orchestrate and navigate an experience with your story, how to monetize it. I'm going to have someone there named Kelly who will help you to begin to learn the techniques and strategies on how to create online courses. The self-development industry is $1 billion a day industry. And people now are looking for ways to reinvent themselves, to begin to ask themselves the question, what's next? And how to make that decision and get the skill set and the collaborative relationships, being in a community of like-minded people who are going in the direction of where you're going. Please join us.
That's his story and we're speaking.
Yes, so go to lesbrownpowertour.com. That's Les Brown Power Tour. That's right?
Yes.
.com. Thank you. Bye for now.
Bye, Les. Bye, Ava. Oh my goodness. That was probably the best commercial that we could have ever never asked for. That was amazing for have both of them come forward and come up and share that. That was so cool.
Absolutely. I was totally unknowing. And I'm going to have to say, Parisa, I'm not tongue-tied very often. And yet Les did it. I don't know how, but he did it.
Right. I know. I'm just because I definitely was looking forward to this afternoon and afternoon with Les and had some notes jotted down and despite any prep that I may do for any of the guests that come on, I'm always present first and foremost, be present with what's going on, with what they're sharing, with where they're at, any words that just really resonate deeply. And here I am, I'm completely present. I'm like, yes, keep talking. Yes, I'm here. I'm receiving all of it. Yes, taking my notes. This is the most amazing thing ever. And I'm so honored to have been be able to be here and enjoy that experience with Les and just have the opportunity, honestly, like, just really sit with gratitude and I'm going to soak that whole thing up all the rest of today and tonight. That was amazing.
I know. And for those of you in the area that have tickets, definitely come grab your ticket. October 11th, 12th, and 13th at the LAX Marriott, and you'll get to see Les in person. And Parisa, we have a whole nother day tomorrow.
We do. And guess what? Guess who we're starting with? We're starting with Fab Morvan. Now, if y'all are hearing me say that name and you're like, I'm not sure who that is. Okay, then if I say Milli Vanilli, you might be more familiar with that name. Now, Fab Morvan is one of the two that made up Milli Vanilli. And I will say I've had a truly great honor and privilege to be able to sit with Fab and have some really rich conversations with him. And I cannot wait for people to experience Fab. There's so much to share. There's so much that I feel like each person that really does a thorough investigation of their own lives and the reflections that they can share and the learnings that they can offer. I think there's so much to be received from Fab and all of the speakers that follow him. It's just going to be so good. I'm so excited for that. Now, Donna, I believe you are frozen. I'm not sure. Okay, well, Donna, there you are.
Here I am. Last was so powerful. I just lost power. That's all I'm going to say, but we're back.
Yes. So yes, I was just remarking on Fab starting us off tomorrow morning. We do start at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific time. So please allow yourself to convert accordingly for whatever time zone you may find yourself in. We do have a full day though. We have Fab tomorrow. We have a panel, your panel. Is that correct?
Yes. There is a panel coming up, and because we have a movie to share with you.
Ooh, I'm excited to hear about it. Ooh, this is exciting. Okay. So we've got, looks like we've got 2 panels for tomorrow. We've got a good handful of individual speakers for tomorrow as well. And I believe we're going to be closing out with Sir James Dentley as well tomorrow evening.
Another powerful speaker.
Yes. It's so great to experience all of these really tremendously powerful speakers that continue to show up to serve, because no one is showing up from a place of obligation. No one's showing up from a place of, okay, this is just so routine. Even for you and I, there's so many things that are different each day that happen on every single broadcast that there's a level of familiarity here, but still it's new every single time. And there's different adjustments every single time. So we're here to serve. We're here to offer whatever value can come forward. And I'll tell you, when we come together and then all the speakers show up and then everyone, all of you listening in the audience, and you're commenting and sharing, every single person plays a part in this whole experience. So thank you for those that have been commenting away all day. If you've shared one comment, thank you for that. We see them all. They all come through. We see each and every one of them. And continue to share, continue to comment, and let us know your thoughts, your reflections, and if you found any value from anything that was on this stream today, which I believe that you would. Please share with those that could receive the value that you experienced.
Absolutely. And we will see you all tomorrow.
Sounds good. 10 a.m. Pacific time. See y'all there.